I've been a park ranger now for over 10 years, and I've seen a lot of strange things. Some of them I still think about almost every day. But there are two that stand out from the rest. Two that have stayed with me not just because they were strange, but because they reminded me that people, and not the wilderness, are often the most unsettling part of this job. The first memory goes all the way back to when I was a kid. I wasn't a ranger then, not even close. I was 8 or 9 years old, just tagging along with my mom. She used to take me out to this reservoir. She liked to collect natural materials for her basket weaving. Sticks, bark, dried reeds, you name it. I'd come along to help her gather stuff. I didn't really care about the baskets, but I liked being out in nature. Sometimes I wander off a little on my own, pick up bits of trash for nickels. My mom gave me 1 nickel for each piece I brought back. That was her way of keeping me busy and keeping the place a little cleaner too. This one day I remember clearly, like it was yesterday. The sky was overcast, and the air smelled like damp pine and fishy lake water. The reservoir was a bit low, so the shoreline stretched out wide and exposed. I was walking along the muddy edge with a bag in one hand and a small woven basket in the other, scanning for wrappers, cans, or bottle caps. I saw something ahead on the edge of the shore, near where a tree trunk had fallen and lodged in the mud. At first, I thought it was a glove. A thick, old leather glove, maybe swollen from the water. It had that bloated look, dark and pale at the same time, sort of waxy. I walked up to it and reached down to pick it up. The second my fingers touched it, I knew something wasn't right. The skin was soft, like rotten fruit, and the fingertips were curled inward like a claw. It wasn't a glove. It was a hand. A human hand. Left hand, I think. It was severed just a few inches past the wrist, and I could see a bit of bone, stringy muscle, maybe some tendons. I didn't know all those words back then, but I remember the textures. I remember the cold, spongy feeling in my fingers. I froze. For some reason, I didn't drop it. My brain locked up, and all I could do was scream. My hand clenched around it like it was part of me. I screamed, and I guess I scared the hell out of my mom. She came running through the brush, saw what I was holding, and pried my fingers off it one by one. I still remember her hands shaking as she got me to drop it. We drove to the nearest gas station to use their phone. This was before cell phones were everywhere. She called the cops, and we waited outside, me still shaking and staring off at nothing. The police went out there later and found the hand and, apparently, more pieces of the body out in the water. Later we found out the story. A group of drunk teenagers had been out on a boat a few nights earlier. One of them had fallen into the water, and someone accidentally ran the boat over him. The propeller hit him and tore him up. Most of the body had been found pretty quickly, but I guess some parts drifted. I found one of those parts. That was the first time I touched a dead body, and even now, decades later, I can still feel how it fell to my hand. For about 2 months after that, I barely spoke. Just couldn't bring myself to say anything. It was like something inside me shut off. I started having nightmares about things floating just under the surface of lakes. Even now, I don't like swimming in open water. I'm okay being near it, but I don't go in. That was long before I became a ranger. But it stayed with me. It shaped the way I looked at the outdoors, at life, and death too. That memory hardened into something permanent inside me. Years later, when I was in college, I went on a solo camping trip. I had just finished a brutal spring semester and needed to get away from people. No emails, no roommates, no lectures. I packed my gear and drove out to southwestern Colorado, aiming for some of the more remote forested areas not far from a national park. I camped on my own a few times before, and I liked the feeling of being far away from everything. I liked the silence and the sense of being small under the trees and sky. I hiked in for a few miles and found a good spot off one of the lesser-used trails. There was no one around. No cars at the trailhead. Just me, the trees, the wind. I set up camp, cooked a little food, and sat by the fire until it got dark. The stars were out that night. It was the kind of sky that made you feel like you were floating. The next morning, I was heading back toward the trail when I heard voices. A group was coming down the path. Maybe other hikers or campers. I didn't feel like running into people, so I stepped off the trail and bushwhacked into the woods to give them space. It wasn't anything serious, just a detour through some brush and pine. I was walking through a thicker patch of trees when I saw something odd through the trunks ahead. At first, I thought it was just rocks or fallen branches, but as I got closer, I realized it was arranged too neatly. I stopped and crouched low behind some underbrush. I wasn't sure why. Maybe instinct. Maybe something about the place just felt wrong. In the middle of a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees, was a sort of altar. That's the only word I can use for it. It looked like a table built out of bones. Not just one kind either. There were deer antlers, ribs, jawbones, femurs. Some I couldn't even identify. They were stacked and balanced in a way that looked both chaotic and carefully arranged. Some of the bones had been tied together with twine. Others were jammed into the ground like stakes. Around the altar were strings tied between trees, with bones and bits of rusted metal hanging from them. The wind made them clack together with a soft clicking sound, like wind chimes made out of death. There were feathers, little bundles of fur, some kind of dried plant matter. I saw what looked like a squirrel skull with its eye sockets stuffed with pebbles. There were no signs of people. No tents, no gear, no backpacks. But someone had built it, and not casually. It had taken time. It had purpose. I didn't get closer than maybe 20 feet. I stood still for a long time, just staring. Something in my gut told me to back away. Not run, not panic, just leave. So I did. I turned around and retraced my steps carefully until I got back to the trail. I didn't stop walking. I made it back to my car before noon and drove out without eating or resting. I didn't even stop for water. Just kept going. I never reported it. I don't know why. Maybe I should have. Maybe it was just some backwoods art project or some weird shrine made by a local eccentric. Or maybe it was something darker. I try not to think about that too much, but I do think about it, more often than I'd like to admit. After that trip, I didn't go camping alone again. Not once. I still worked in the parks, still hiked, but I kept to the more populated areas, trails with more foot traffic. It was years before I could sleep outside without thinking of those bones in the forest. I even changed my major that semester. Dropped the idea of being a field biologist and started focusing on park management instead. I wanted to stay near the wild, but not too far from help. Eventually, I became a ranger. Got a job in a national park farther north. The work felt right. Helping people, managing trails, dealing with wildlife, teaching safety. But more than that, I felt like I was keeping an eye on the wilderness, on the thin line between nature and people, and sometimes between people and something worse. Over the years, I've seen a lot. Lost hikers, animal attacks, even a body or two found in the woods. But nothing ever rattled me the way those two things did. The hand I picked up as a kid and the bone altar in Colorado. They weren't connected. Not really. But they both reminded me that the woods don't always tell you their secrets. Sometimes you just stumble onto them. And when you do, you don't always get answers. You just carry the memory with you. These days, I work mostly in the visitor center and handle trail patrols in the early mornings. I sleep fine most nights, but sometimes I still wake up thinking about the texture of that hand in my palm or the way those bone chimes click together in the wind. There's something about the silence of the forest that makes you feel like you're being watched, even when you know you're alone. Sometimes I wonder who built that altar. Sometimes I wonder if they ever came back for it. Maybe they still do. I try not to wander off trail anymore. And if I ever hear something in the woods that doesn't sound quite right, I don't investigate like I used to. I've learned that some things out here aren't meant to be found. And if you do find them, it's best to walk away before they notice you found them. That's the part they don't tell you when you start this job. They train you for storms, bears, broken bones, and lost kids. But they don't prepare you for the things people leave behind, the things they build, the things they do when no one's watching. I'll stay on the job as long as I can. I still love the trees, the open sky, the wind moving through tall grass. But I'll never forget the hand I picked up on the shore of that reservoir. And I'll never forget that altar deep in the woods where something ancient, or maybe just broken, had been arranged with quiet, patient care. And I know, without a doubt, that I never want to stumble across anything like that again. I had been a park ranger for about 9 years by the time this happened. I was coming back from a 2-week assignment at Yosemite National Park. I was tired, 2 weeks of early morning patrols, long hikes through rough terrain, and late-night paperwork had worn me down. It was fall, and I had been working mostly along the western edge of the park, helping set up winter trail closures, tracking some scattered bear activity, and monitoring backcountry campsites that still had visitors trying to squeeze in trips before the snow hit. That afternoon, I had finally packed up my gear, signed out at headquarters, and started the long drive home. I was still in uniform, minus the radio and outer jacket. My truck was loaded with my backpack, a small cooler, and a few other essentials I didn't want to leave behind. I always drove the same route out, Highway 120 heading west, because it was the most direct way back to my place. It wasn't quite dark yet, maybe a little after 5 p.m., and the sun was starting to hang low in the sky, just touching the tree line. The light was soft and golden, but the temperature had dropped a bit. I had the window cracked open, listening to the wind and watching the trees go by. A little after I passed Buck Meadows, I started to feel the pressure in my bladder. I figured I'd stop somewhere along the road. There weren't any rest stops nearby, and the nearest gas station wasn't for another 30 minutes. I knew this stretch of road well. It winds through a mix of pine forests and dry slopes, and there are dozens of pullouts where you can park for a minute. I found one I recognized, a dirt turnout with an old rusted metal gate leading into a barely used service trail. I pulled over, left the engine running, and stepped out. It was quiet, that kind of heavy quiet you only get deep in the woods. I walked maybe 30 feet into the trees, just enough to be out of sight of the road. The ground was dry, covered with pine needles and old leaves. I did my business and was just zipping up when something hit me. All the birds had stopped. When I first got out of the truck, I could hear a few, mostly sparrows or jays, maybe the distant tapping of a woodpecker, but now there was nothing. Just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. No chirping, no rustling, no insects. I froze and listened harder. Sometimes when a predator is nearby, the forest goes silent like that. I've heard it happen with bears or mountain lions. It's like the woods hold their breath. I've had enough run-ins with bears to know the signs. You don't always hear them. Sometimes you just feel it. A pressure, almost like a shift in the air. I looked around slowly, scanning the tree line, my hand near the bear spray hooked to my belt. I couldn't see anything, but I didn't feel good. My stomach tightened. I cut it short and started walking quickly back toward the truck. I was still facing the trees when I turned my upper body to glance behind me. As soon as I did that, just as I turned, I heard a sound I will never forget. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't even close to a bear. It was loud, unbelievably loud, and sounded like a mix between a human scream and some kind of industrial siren. It wasn't a howl or a roar. It was higher pitched than most animal calls, but not like any bird either. It felt like it hit me in the chest, like it passed through me. I stopped cold. Every instinct I had screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move for a second. I just stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. The sound didn't echo. It didn't bounce through the forest like most loud noises. It felt focused, almost directed, like it was meant to be heard by me and me alone. I turned fully and started moving fast, almost running back to my truck. It was maybe 30 feet away, parked just off the edge of the pavement. I could see the rear lights, glowing red in the falling light. The woods behind me were still quiet. I didn't hear anything moving, but I didn't look back. When I got to the truck, I yanked the door open, climbed in, and slammed it shut. My hand fumbled for the gear shift. I was about to throw it in drive when I heard the sound again. Louder this time. Closer. It felt like it came from right behind the truck, maybe 20 feet into the woods. I didn't see anything in the mirrors, but that sound, whatever it was, wasn't natural. I know animals. I've heard elk bugles, bear roars, coyotes yipping at dusk, even a bobcat scream once that made the hair on my neck stand up. This wasn't like any of that. This was something else. I punched the gas and tore back onto the road. My tires kicked up gravel. I didn't look in the rear view. I just drove. I drove faster than I should have on that road. My heart didn't slow down for a long time. I kept looking in the mirrors, checking the road behind me, watching the tree line blur past the windows. My knuckles were white on the wheel. That stretch of road always felt familiar, even comforting. Not that night. When I finally hit Groveland, I pulled into a gas station and just sat there for a while. My hands were shaking a little. I kept thinking about that sound, try to figure out what it could have been. I'd been out in the woods my whole adult life. I thought I had heard it all, but I couldn't explain that noise. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept going over it in my head, replaying the sound, the silence before it, the feeling of being watched. I wanted to believe it was just a weird echo or maybe some kind of mechanical sound from nearby. But I knew the area. There weren't any mills or heavy machinery near that stretch of road. No emergency sirens or industrial plants. It was just forest. Over the next few days, I did some research. I checked wildlife databases, listened to recordings of known animal calls, tried to match the sound to anything familiar. I even called a buddy of mine who worked with the Forest Service and asked if there had been any construction or weird activity in that area recently. Nothing. I talked myself into moving on, or at least pretending to. I kept going back into the field. I kept doing my job, but I never stopped thinking about it. I avoided that turnout after that. Even when I had to drive the same route again, I always made sure to stop somewhere else. I couldn't bring myself to walk into those trees again. About a year later, I was working with a biologist from UC Davis on a wildlife study near the same general region. We were tracking mountain lions using motion cameras and bait stations. One afternoon, while reviewing footage from a trail cam about 2 miles from where I had that experience, we came across something odd. There was a 5-second clip that triggered in the early evening. No animals on screen, just trees swaying in the wind. But in the background, there was a sound. Faint but audible. A long, high-pitched wail, unlike anything I'd heard before. The biologist shrugged it off as feedback or some kind of equipment glitch. But I knew that sound. It was the same one I had heard that evening by the road. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and moved on. To this day, I don't have an answer. I never saw anything. I only heard it. But that was enough. I still think about it when I'm in the woods, especially when the birds go quiet. That silence, it doesn't feel the same anymore. Now, every time I hear it, I wonder if it's coming back. I wonder if I'll hear that sound again. And if I do, I'm not sure I'll stick around long enough to find out what it really is. Maybe it was a freak noise, wind through a rock formation, distant machinery carried oddly through the trees, a sound made by 2 branches rubbing the right way. Maybe, but I've never been able to convince myself of that. I keep working. I still do patrols, I still walk the trails, and I still camp out in the middle of nowhere sometimes. But I carry that sound with me now, like a shadow that follows me between the trees. It's not fear exactly. It's more like a warning that stays just beneath the surface, always ready to rise. And I've learned one thing above all else. When the birds stop singing, don't hang around. Get in your truck. Get on the trail. Move. Because whatever makes the woods go silent isn't something you want to meet. And if you hear a scream that doesn't belong to any animal you know, don't wait to find out what it is. Just go, and don't look back. I have been working as a seasonal park ranger in Olympic National Park for about 6 years when the black bear incident happened. I was always drawn to the west side of the park. There's something about the way the moss hangs in the dense forests out there, the sound of rain falling on thick canopies, and the way the fog rolls in off the coast and creeps into the trees like smoke. It's remote, quiet, and wild in a way few places are anymore. I worked a dozen seasons by that point, and I thought I had a pretty good handle on what to expect out in the field. That summer, I had arranged a week off with 2 of my closest buddies, Ryan and Carl. Both of them were former rangers too, people I trusted completely. We'd made plans months in advance to do a full 7-day backpacking trip deep into the interior, starting from the western side of the park and winding up through the ridgelines toward Mount Olympus. It was a grueling route, packed with steep climbs, hidden valleys, long stretches of dense brush, and more than a few spots where we'd have to cut our own way through. It wasn't a trip for beginners, and that was part of the appeal. All of us needed a break from routine, something that made you feel alive again. It was early August when we left. The weather was just about perfect, cool in the mornings, warm in the afternoons, not too wet. Our plan was to leave the gravel forest road behind us and hike in about 12 miles to a primitive campsite near a small alpine lake we'd visited once before. No official trails went there, and that's why we liked it. No other people, no noise, just the three of us and the wilderness. But even getting to the trailhead was a bit of an adventure. The gravel road leading up to our starting point was one of those winding, narrow forest access roads that doesn't see much maintenance. Most people wouldn't take a car up it, but I was driving an older Model 4Runner with decent clearance. I've been on worse. The road cut deep into the thickest part of the woods. Hemlock, Douglas fir, and western red cedar surrounded us in all directions. Moss covered the trunks, and ferns clawed at the edges of the road. Ryan was in the passenger seat, messing with the GPS unit, and Carl was in the back, trying to untangle some paracord he'd stuffed in his bag last minute. We were about 4 or 5 miles from the end of the road where we'd park and begin the hike when it happened. I was driving a steady pace, maybe 25 to 30 miles per hour. I always drive slower on those roads. There's no point rushing on terrain like that, not when a fallen branch or loose stone could throw the whole truck sideways. I was focused on the road ahead, watching for any soft patches or erosion that might catch us off guard, when a noise, more like a blur, erupted from the left side of the forest. Without warning, a black bear exploded out of the brush. 1 second, there was nothing but green shadows and thick trees, and the next, this huge shape tore through the undergrowth like it wasn't even there. I barely had time to register what I was seeing. The bear was fast, way faster than I'd ever imagined. It must have been right on the edge of the road, waiting for just the right moment to break through. And then suddenly, it was right in front of us. I slammed the brakes, instinctively jerking the wheel just slightly to the right to avoid hitting it. Tires crunched on loose gravel. My heart was in my throat. I thought for sure we were going to hit it or that it would run into the side of the truck. But instead, it pivoted sharply and started running up the road ahead of us. That's when it hit me how damn fast it was moving. I'm not talking about a slow, lumbering trot. I mean sprinting, legs stretched out in full gallop, muscles shifting like a racehorse. Easily 300 pounds, probably more. Its coat was pitch black, glossy under the shafts of light breaking through the trees. Its limbs were thick, powerful. Its back rippled with strength as it pounded away from us on the road. I let off the gas and was coasting now, following its path for maybe 40 or 50 feet behind. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I glanced at the speedometer. It still read 27 miles per hour. The bear was pulling away from us. It was one of the most surreal things I've ever seen. All those old sayings about you can't outrun a bear. This was the proof right in front of me. Not just a slow chase. The bear was creating distance, gaining ground. Then, as if to drive the point home, it looked over its shoulder. I'll never forget that look. It wasn't panic. It wasn't confusion. It was more like annoyance. Disdain, like we were some stupid dogs chasing something we had no business chasing. It held our gaze for just a second, long enough to register that we were no threat, and then, still at a dead sprint, it turned sharply and bounded off the road back into the woods. Gone, just like that. There was a long silence in the truck. The kind of silence that only happens when 3 grown men all witness something that shakes their sense of reality a little. I let the truck roll to a stop. Nobody said anything for a long time. Eventually, I turned to Ryan, who just stared at the trees. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We all understood exactly what we had just seen. That thing had been running at over 30 miles per hour, probably closer to 35. A massive black bear running like it was nothing. Inhuman speed, no fear, just raw power. I've been around wildlife a long time. I've tracked bears. I've seen grizzlies in Alaska, but I'd never seen anything like that. We sat in the truck for maybe another 5 minutes. No one moved. Then, without a word, I slowly started driving again. The rest of the road passed in silence. When we finally got to the trailhead, we parked and got out. I did a quick gear check, mostly just to give myself something to do with my hands. We should have been excited. It was the start of our trip, after all. But the bear had thrown everything off. The mood had changed. That first night at camp, none of us really slept. We set up near the edge of the lake, tucked back into a hollow in the trees. And even though there were no signs of bear activity around us, no scat, no claw marks, no torn up logs, we still took every precaution. We tied our food bags high in the trees. We kept our gear tight and sealed. We even placed our bear spray within arm's reach in the tent. It wasn't just about seeing a bear. It was the way we saw it. That speed, that expression. It felt less like a wild animal fleeing and more like something issuing a warning. The next few days passed slowly. We covered good ground, climbing higher into the range. The terrain was rougher than we remembered, and the brush was thicker in places. Every so often we'd find signs of wildlife, a few elk tracks, an old cougar scrape, some smaller bear prints in the mud near a stream. Normal things. But we didn't see any more large animals. Not a single deer, not even a coyote. It was like the rest of the wildlife was keeping low. The weather turned on the fourth day. Gray skies rolled in from the coast, and a steady drizzle settled over the hills. It made everything colder, quieter, more tense. The forest felt heavier. Normally, I love hiking in that kind of rain. It muffles sound and softens everything. But this time, it just made me feel exposed. It was on the sixth day that we heard something we couldn't explain. We had set up camp along a ridgeline, overlooking a wide valley filled with thick trees and a long river winding through the middle. Just after dusk, while we were eating dinner and watching the mist crawl up the hills, we heard crashing down in the trees. Not small animal movement. Not something like a squirrel or raccoon. This was different. Heavier. It moved fast from left to right across the valley below. We couldn't see anything. The trees were too thick, but the sound was clear. Snapping branches. Thudding ground. A long, low growl. Then silence. None of us spoke. The bear spray was out again. We ate quickly and tied everything up. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made my muscles tense. I kept seeing that look from the bear in my head. Calm, powerful, controlled. We made it out by the seventh day, but something about that trip stuck with me. The wilderness has always been wild. You learn to respect it. You learn its patterns, its signs. But every once in a while, something reminds you that no matter how well you think you know it, it still has the upper hand. That bear, what we saw that day, it changed something in me. It wasn't just about not being able to outrun a bear. It was about realizing how small we really are out there. How fragile. You can carry bear spray. You can tie your food in a tree. You can study the terrain and memorize every survival trick in the book. But when nature wants to remind you who's in charge, it doesn't need tricks or ghosts or stories. Sometimes it just takes a black bear running faster than anything that size should, looking back over its shoulder to make sure you understand the truth. You are not the top of the food chain. You never were. I've been a park ranger for more than 20 years now, and I've seen my fair share of strange things, both natural and man-made. But there's one particular area I always find myself thinking about, even though I don't patrol there anymore. It's a stretch of backwoods in a national park a few hours from my old hometown. When I was a kid, my family used to camp out there every summer. We never used the official campground. We liked a more private, off the beaten path. No neighbors playing loud music or kids screaming at the water pump. My dad used to take us deep into the park, down these old logging roads, mostly overgrown and almost always rutted and slick with mud or dried up and bumpy like broken bones on your tires. Back then, our car wasn't anything special. Just a beat-up old wagon with no four-wheel drive, and we had to haul our gear the last few hundred yards or so when the road got too rough. I remember the smell of the forest on those hikes, the thick mix of pine needles, wet moss, and the stink of your own sweat soaked into your shirt. I was 13 the year we found the best spot we'd ever come across. A small hill between two decent-sized ponds, each one maybe the length of a football field. The space between them was thick with grass and trees, but on that rise, it cleared out just enough for a couple tents and a fire pit. The whole place had that quiet, untouched feeling. Not many people went back there, and it showed. That first night we set up camp, I remember lying in my sleeping bag with the tent flap open. The stars were so bright out there. No light from roads or houses. Just the sound of frogs, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, all chirping and croaking from both ponds. It was this constant sound, like a chorus that never stopped. You got used to it real fast, and it sort of became part of the background. If you ever woke up and the frogs had gone silent, you knew something was wrong. And that's what happened around 2 a.m. I didn't look at the time right away, but I woke up suddenly, not from a noise, but from the lack of one. That blanket of frog song had stopped cold. At first, I thought maybe it had started to rain or something had changed in the air. I sat up and peered out through the flap of my tent. The sky was clear. The fire had burned down to glowing coals. I could just barely make out the shapes of the trees around the edge of camp. That's when I heard the trucks. I didn't see them right away, but I heard the engines. Deep, low growls echoing through the woods, getting louder fast. Then the headlights punched through the trees. 2 huge black trucks, bigger than anything I'd ever seen up close. The way they came tearing down that old logging road was unreal. That trail barely handled our wagon, and here they were barreling through it like it was a paved road. They stopped maybe 30 feet from camp. No one said anything. The trucks just sat there for a second, lights off, engines running. Then the doors opened. I swear it felt like a dozen guys piled out of each truck, like some kind of weird clown car thing. It didn't make sense how many of them there were. But they weren't clowns. They didn't look like rednecks out on a hunting trip either. They all moved the same way, quick, quiet, and in sync. They had nets, long-handled ones like the kind you'd use to scoop something from the bottom of a pool, but these were larger. Some of them waded into the left pond, others went to the right. Nobody turned on a flashlight. Nobody talked. They just walked slowly into the ponds, the water rising up past their knees, and started sweeping the nets through the water. My dad had gotten up by then. I could hear his boots on the rocks near the fire pit. I couldn't make out his words, probably trying to ask them what they were doing, but they didn't respond. They didn't even look at us. It was like we didn't exist. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag, barely breathing. I kept thinking maybe this was some kind of game warden operation, like a wildlife research thing. But nothing about it looked official. There were no logos, no tags, no lights, no equipment except the nets. They kept at it for over an hour. The whole time, no one said a word. No radios, no laughter, no directions called out. Just the sound of water sloshing and the faint metallic hiss of the nets slicing through the pond. They weren't being careful. They weren't studying the frogs. They were taking them, dozens at a time, maybe more. They'd dip the nets in, scoop up frogs, dump them into big bins they had by the water's edge, then go back in for more. By the time they were done, the ponds were silent. No more croaking, no movement. The water looked like glass in the moonlight, just a dark, still mirror with nothing living in it anymore. They loaded the bins into the trucks. Some of them were sealed with lids. I remember seeing one of them press the lid down and latch it like he was trying to make sure nothing escaped. Then they climbed back into the trucks one by one, no talking, no noise except the closing doors. The engines roared back to life, and they pulled away, vanishing down the same trail they came in on. Nobody slept much after that. The next morning, the campsite looked untouched, but the ponds were still silent. No frogs, not even the ripple of one in the shallows. My younger sister and I walked around the edge of the larger pond, hoping we'd find a few stragglers. We found one, just one. It was sitting under a wet leaf, front leg twisted like it had been broken or smashed. We carefully picked it up and set it in the water. It floated for a while before slowly paddling into the reeds. The air felt different after that. Heavier. Still, we stayed the rest of the weekend, but the mood was off. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It was eerie, like the woods were holding their breath. Even the birds seemed scarce. No one talked about the trucks. No one wanted to. That trip stuck with me for a long time. I kept thinking about who those men were and why they needed so many frogs. Frog meat isn't popular around here. You can find it in a few specialty restaurants, sure, but not in those amounts. And definitely not from some backwoods ponds. It was too organized, too methodical. I've done enough wildlife management work since then to know what a legal harvest looks like. This wasn't that. I went back to that spot years later, after I became a ranger. I'd always wanted to check it again, see if the frogs had come back. They hadn't. The ponds were still there, still looked the same, but they were quiet. The water had this stale, stagnant look. No jumping frogs, no little heads peeking up from under lily pads. Nothing. I tested the water. No major red flags, just a bit of algae buildup and slightly low oxygen. Could have been from overharvesting. Could have been from something else. I didn't find any more bins or gear or tire tracks. Nothing that might tell me who had done it. That whole area has changed a lot since then. The logging road is nearly gone, swallowed up by saplings and thorns. It's hard to get in there now without bushwhacking your way through. Every once in a while, someone reports strange trucks deep in the forest. Not always black, not always at night, but the descriptions line up. Big, clean vehicles showing up where no normal truck should be able to go, staying for a bit and disappearing again. Nobody ever catches them in the act. The following summer, we camped at a different spot, deeper in the forest but closer to a stream, not far from one of the older fire roads. That trip was less unsettling but still strange in its own way. We got hit by a bear. It happened early one morning. We left a cooler near the edge of the tent site, not thinking much of it. Someone had tossed a pack of marshmallows in there, but didn't close the lid all the way. Around 5 a.m., I woke to the sound of crunching branches and low, huffing breaths. Looked out and saw a black bear, not a huge one, but big enough, dragging our cooler away like it was a bag of groceries. We followed the drag marks later that morning. Found the cooler dented and half opened in a ditch not far from camp. Marshmallows were gone. A few beer cans were crushed flat. Teeth marks punched right through the aluminum. No sign of the bear. That memory's funny in comparison. Just a hungry animal doing what it does. Predictable. Natural. Something I could understand. But the frog incident, I still can't put away. As a ranger, I've asked around. No records of frog harvesting permits in that area. No known studies. No tribal gathering rights filed for that location. It's like it never happened. And yet I know what I saw. My family saw it too. We don't bring it up much anymore, but every once in a while, when we sit around the fire, somebody will mention the ponds. The quiet ones. Now that I've spent so many years working in these forests, I've learned that not every strange thing you see out here has an explanation. Sometimes it's a poacher with no respect for the law. Sometimes it's a hidden grow operation tucked deep off trail. Sometimes it's just people doing strange things where no one's supposed to see them. But this was different. Whoever those men were, they weren't surprised to see us. They weren't worried. They didn't care. That's what stuck with me the most. We were nothing to them. Just another part of the woods to ignore while they did their work. I haven't gone back to that exact spot in years. The roads are too rough now, and I've got new areas to patrol. But sometimes when I'm walking alone in the forest and the air suddenly gets real still, when even the bugs and birds go quiet, I think about those trucks. I think about those ponds. And I wonder what else gets taken in the night. I'm not proud of the story I'm about to tell, but it's mine. It's real. It happened. And there's not a day I can think back to it without some weird mix of shame, terror, and laughter crawling up the back of my spine. It all started on a trip up the east coast of Australia, years ago now, back when I was young, stupid, and still thought I was invincible. Me and a few of my mates had planned the kind of road trip you only do when you've got no real responsibilities and no clue just how fragile things can be out there. The idea was simple. Pack up the car with camping gear, enough food to survive a few weeks, and more booze and drugs than any of us had business carrying. Then we'd just drive. National park to national park, sleeping under the stars, drinking by the fire, getting out of our heads on whatever we could find or bring. I didn't have to drive, which meant I got the luxury of checking out early. We crossed the border into Queensland before the real madness started, and I remember sitting in the back of the car, passing around a joint, sweating in the morning sun, while the mushrooms started kicking in. I'd taken 8 caps, not stems. Caps. They hit fast, and they hit hard. By the time we were on the winding road into the national park, everything had started shifting. The trees looked like they were breathing. The road looked like it was melting. My mate's neck tattoos were wriggling like they were alive. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was everything at once. We rolled into the national park with the sun low in the sky. There weren't many cars, and we picked a campsite off the side of a gravel road not far from a river that curved around the hill. The spot had a fire pit already built, which saved us time. But I wasn't doing much helping. I tried to unroll my swag and ended up wrapping myself in it like a burrito. Everything was funny. The dirt, the leaves, the sound of the wind brushing through the tall gum trees. It all made me giggle like a child. I'm sure I was annoying as hell to the others, but I couldn't stop. Time didn't feel like it was moving forward. It felt like it was rolling in circles. By dark, we had the fire going. The drinks came out, and the real party started. I switched from mushrooms to whiskey, then switched to weed, then back to whiskey. I remember holding a bottle in one hand and a joint in the other while watching the stars overhead like they were circling me. I was sweating. The heat from the fire and the intoxication made it feel like the world was pulsing. Someone grilled sausages, and I tried to eat one, but dropped it into the dirt. I picked it up, brushed it off, and ate it anyway. That was the kind of night it was. I don't know what time it was, but at some point, my body reminded me I was human. And being human meant one thing. Nature was calling, and it wasn't a polite knock. I was drunk, high, and still just slightly haunted by the tail end of the mushrooms. But the need to take a shit was stronger than all of that. I stood up from my log, grabbed a roll of toilet paper, strapped on my headlamp, and for some god-awful reason, I took the massive hunting knife someone had brought and held it between my teeth like I was some kind of Rambo wannabe. There was no toilet in sight. We hadn't checked earlier. We just picked a site, set up camp, and started drinking. That was our first mistake, but I didn't think much of it. I figured I'd walk into the bush, find a spot near the river where no one could see me, and be back in 5 minutes. I walked about 100 meters from the camp, down the embankment toward the river. The trees were thicker down there. Everything smelled wet, mud, rot, and mossy stone. The sound of frogs and insects buzzed around my head, and the light from my headlamp bounced around the leaves like a searchlight. I found a spot near the edge of the water where the ground dipped down slightly, giving me some privacy. And then I dropped my pants, squatted, and let go. I don't know how to describe what happened next without sounding completely insane. The moment I started, the mushrooms came back. Or maybe they'd never left. Or maybe it was just the perfect storm of fear, darkness, intoxication, and pure vulnerability. Whatever it was, it hit like a hammer. Everywhere I pointed my headlamp, I saw them. Figures, shapes, bodies, men, or what looked like men, rising out of the trees. Pale, thin, hunched things with black holes where their eyes should be. Their arms dangled uselessly. Their mouths hung open like they were screaming without sound. Every time I moved the beam, more of them appeared. Shamblers, rotting things, zombies. Not real ones, but real enough in my mind. Real enough when you're crouched over with your pants down and your bare ass hanging in the air, trying not to fall backwards into your own shit. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The knife fell out of my mouth and landed in the dirt. I was shaking. I grabbed the knife with one hand, still squatting and hyperventilated while trying to finish the job. The headlamp flickered. That was the worst part. Every time the light blinked out, I thought they were getting closer. Every second I couldn't see them, I imagined them crawling, dragging themselves across the ground toward me. I tried to remind myself it was the drugs. It was all in my head, but my body didn't believe me. I finished in record time, wiped once, maybe twice, and didn't even bother burying it properly. I stumbled backwards, pulled up my pants, and half ran, half fell up the hill toward the campsite. I don't know how I didn't slice myself open with that knife. I don't know how I didn't trip and fall into the river or break my neck on a root. I made it back shaking, sweating, gasping for air. The others were still laughing around the fire. I sat down, wide-eyed, clutching the knife, and stared into the flames without saying a word. Everything was still moving. My breath didn't feel real. My skin itched. My stomach hurt. But I was back. I was alive. The rest of the night went the way nights like that always do. We stayed up too late, drank too much, laughed until we couldn't breathe. Somewhere deep into the early hours, I passed out inside my swag, shoes still on, sweat sticking my shirt to my back. I dreamed of water. I dreamed of eyes watching me from the trees. I dreamed of teeth. When I woke up, the sun was already up. My mouth tasted like ash and old socks. My tongue was dry as leather. My head felt like it had been pounded with a brick. I stumbled out of my swag, scratched my stomach, and walked over to the nearest tree to take a piss. That's when I saw it. The toilet block. Not just a pit or a drop toilet. A full-on public facility. Painted green, well-kept, with a little sign showing a man and a woman and an arrow pointing to separate doors. 50 meters away, maybe less. From our campsite, not even hidden, just around the corner, behind a low rise. I stared at it for a long time, trying to process what I was looking at. I even walked over to it, opened the door, and looked inside. Clean floors, a roll of paper, a seat, a light, a lock, a perfectly usable, perfectly sanitary, perfectly safe toilet that had been sitting there all night, just out of view. I didn't even laugh at first. I just stood there, stunned, as the pieces clicked together in my head. Then I laughed. I laughed harder than I ever had in my life. I leaned against the side of the building, clutching my ribs, wheezing. The image of myself from the night before. Knife in teeth, pants around ankles, eyes bulging with horror, squatting by a riverbank, imagining zombies crawling out of the darkness, played over and over in my head like a movie. All while a clean toilet sat quietly just a few steps away. It was the most terrifying shit I've ever taken in my life. And it was completely unnecessary. Looking back on it now, years later, I see it as a lesson. A brutal, hilarious, disgusting lesson in planning, sobriety, and the dangers of overindulgence. I've been back to that park since, years later, clean and sober, walking those trails with a clearer head. The riverbank is calm, green, full of life. There are no monsters in the trees, just shadows, just wind. But every time I pass that spot, I remember what I saw that night, or what I thought I saw. And I remember how thin the line can be between laughter and fear, between control and chaos, between a good time and a waking nightmare. All because I didn't check where the toilet was. I've been working in this park for years. It's the kind of place that doesn't just make memories, it carves them into you. Time moves different out here. The wind never really stops. The rain soaks through everything, no matter what kind of gear you're wearing. And the bears? They're always somewhere nearby, even when you think they're not. Some folks come here to find peace or purpose. I came here because I wanted to feel small, honest, raw, small, and that's what I got. It started slow, the way most things do. A spring assignment checking sockeye salmon streams. A week-long backcountry loop around some of the more remote creeks, counting reds, logging temps, keeping an eye out for bear sign, and any fresh kill sites. Solo work mostly. Just me, a pack full of gear, and a little field journal soaked soft from all the mist. Flying in on a single-engine bush plane, one of those old beaters that hums like an overworked lawn mower. I remember looking down at the long ribbon of river cutting through the forest and thinking how much green there was. Green on green on green. I landed on a gravel bar not far from the first site. It wasn't much more than a bend in the river where the fish piled up in a deep pool, waiting to make their run. I pitched camp in the willows just off the bank, stashed food in a bear barrel, and spent the rest of the evening counting fish and jotting notes. It rained a little that night, but I didn't mind. I've always liked the sound of water on nylon. It covers everything, your own breath, the shifting of your body, the nagging worries about what might be out there, just beyond the zipper. That first scare came early the next morning. I woke up to a splash, not like a stick falling in, a real, full-bodied splash. I listened. Another splash, then the soft churn of something swimming. My heart picked up. I eased my hand toward the zipper and opened it just enough to peek out. There was a bear in the water, just the top of its head and back visible, gliding smooth and steady toward the shore. My camp. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just watched as it paddled up to the bank and stepped out like it owned the place. Big, probably a boar. No tagging collar. The water rolled off him like oil, and he shook himself before heading straight up the trail, toward where I cleaned my cookware the night before. He sniffed around, pawed at the gravel, then wandered off without even glancing at the tent. I waited a long time before moving, muscles cramping, heart still thudding in my ears. That was just the beginning. A few days later, I was further upriver, hiking out to a tributary that cut through thick alder stands. I was mid-morning into a survey when I noticed something was off. The forest was quiet. Not peaceful, just silent. No squirrels, no birds, no wind. Then I heard it. A sharp exhale. Wet, heavy. The kind of sound that lives in your spine. I turned around slow and froze. 15 meters back, Just down the trail stood a sow and her cub. She was sniffing the air, not charging, not huffing, just watching. She must have followed my scent trail, curious or cautious. The cub was close to her side, flicking its ears, looking everywhere but at me. My rifle was strapped to my pack, useless where it was. My bear spray was in the holster, but I knew better than to fumble. I held still. The sow didn't blink. I don't know how long we stood there. Could have been 30 seconds, could have been 3 minutes. Eventually, she turned, gave one last sniff, and led the cub back into the brush. I sat down right there in the trail and didn't move for a long time. My legs were shaking, and the taste of copper filled my mouth. I wasn't sure if it was adrenaline or just the quiet truth settling in. Out here, you're never the top of the food chain. By the 5th day, I was tired. Not just physically, mentally worn. The kind of tired that seeps in when your brain stays locked in high alert for too long. I set up camp again near a deep bend in the river, next to a moose kill that I'd seen earlier in the day, half buried in gravel and brush. I figured a bear had made the cache, probably left to cool off or drink downstream. I stayed a good distance away, maybe 300 yards, but still, that night I heard something approach. It was a wounded boar. He limped into camp just after dusk, sniffing hard. I could see the patchy scar tissue on one flank, a long, deep gash that looked like it was healing wrong. He was gaunt, desperate. I stood my ground and hazed him with noise, bear spray in one hand and a flare in the other. He turned and ran. Then, 10 minutes later, he came back. Same thing. I hazed him again. Same result. He left, circled around, and returned a third time. That back and forth went on until the early hours. I barely slept, sitting upright with my boots on, ready for a quick grab of the pack if I had to sprint. But he didn't come closer after that. Maybe he gave up. Maybe he was waiting. The weather turned on the 6th day. I reached a plywood cabin used as an emergency shelter, more box than building, but better than a tent. A willowaw had swept in, cold wind screaming down off the mountains, gusting over 40 miles per hour. I barely got the door shut before the Real blast hit. Pumice and gravel pelted the siding like gunfire. The whole frame groaned, shifting and creaking with every gust. For 48 hours, I was stuck inside that box, riding out the storm. I tried to sleep, but the sound was too much. Each gust slammed into the cabin like a body blow, the whole place shuddering. I counted the seconds between gusts, tried to make a game of it. But the pumice was constant, scraping, scouring, slicing through the gaps in the boards. My sleeping bag filled with grit. My skin felt raw from it. I started talking to myself. Not words, just breathing loud, humming, trying to fill the space. The wind had a voice of its own out there. And I swear it didn't stop for 2 full days. When the wind finally died down, I stepped out and the world felt hollow. Trees bowed and broken. Gravel reshaped. The river looked different, like it had moved. I had one more crossing to make. A glacial river, not wide, but swift, silty, deadly cold. I loaded my pack, tightened every strap, and stepped in. The water came up fast, thigh, then waist. The current pulled hard. I leaned into it, one trekking pole forward, step by step. The rocks beneath shifted with each step. My feet went numb almost instantly. One misstep, one rolled ankle, and I'd be gone. I made it. Barely. I sat down on the other side and stared at my hands. White-knuckled, shaking. Not from the cold, but from the weight of how close that had been. The last leg of the trip was a flight out. Just me and the pilot in a single-engine plane. Old, beat up, dependable until the moment it wasn't. We were maybe 20 minutes into the flight, buzzing low over the forest, when the engine cut. No warning. Just gone. The sound dropped out of the sky like someone had turned off the world. I felt my stomach lift as the plane dipped. The pilot cursed and grabbed for switches, but I didn't hear anything. Just the wind against the fuselage and the sound of my heart trying to escape my chest. We dropped fast. There was no panic, no screaming, just the awful dry silence of falling. The pilot was already scouting for a flat spot, a gravel bar or lake, anything. The engine coughed once, then caught again for half a second, just enough to level us out. Then it died again. We landed hard on a braided riverbed, the wheels skidding across loose stone. We bounced once, then settled. No one spoke for a long time. Eventually, we got out. Checked the tank. Bone dry. The pilot thought he had enough fuel. Thought wrong. We were lucky. Someone came to get us later that day after a radio call went through. But that sound, the way the engine died, that silence, I still hear it sometimes when I lie down to sleep. That was the scariest part of all. Not the bear, not the sow with her cub, not the storm or the boar or the river. It was that dead silence in the sky. That moment when you know nothing can save you. No gear, no training, no instinct. Just luck and time. I still work out here. Still go back. Because this place doesn't let you forget who you are. And it sure as hell doesn't care who you think you are. It just keeps going, wild and deafening and alive. And all you can do is try to keep up, or get out of the way. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in Sequoia National Park last year, mostly on and off between April and November. It's a place I've loved since I was a teenager, a place that feels older than time. The trees there are so massive, they make you feel small in a good way. My post wasn't the busiest part of the park, which suited me just fine. I prefer the slower pace. I had a small territory to patrol and maintain, mostly involving trail checks, light maintenance, keeping an eye on campers, and watching for fire risks or animal activity. Most nights, I slept in my truck, usually parked near designated sites, sometimes more remote depending on my schedule. There's a kind of rhythm to the days out there. Waking up with the sun, walking the trails, checking notes, marking down tracks, inspecting logs, clearing brush, keeping an ear out on the radio. It was simple, repetitive work, but the kind that felt grounding. After a few months, I got used to not seeing many people. Occasionally, I'd come across a family hiking or a couple backpacking deep into the forest, but most of the time, it was just me, the trees, and the sounds. One particular night still won't leave me alone. It was mid-September. The temperature had started to drop at night, but the days were still warm. That day, I had hiked a new section near one of the lesser-known granite outcrops, a place a fellow ranger had told me about. It was marked as a dead end off the main trail, but had a high perch for a solid view of the western horizon. The sun had already set when I got there, so I decided I'd just sleep in the bed of my truck again, parked just a short walk from that rock formation. I remember climbing up on the boulder to stretch out and look at the stars. It was a clear sky, no moon that night, which made the stars even brighter. From up there, I could see the lights of Fresno way off in the distance and nothing else. Just that faint orange glow on the horizon and the tall outlines of the giant trees surrounding me. As I sat there, I noticed the rock surface had worn patches, deep circular bowls smoothed out by time. Mortar stones grinding holes. I'd seen them before in other parts of the park. There were also long, thin grooves, like blade sharpening marks. I remember running my fingers along one of them. They were smooth, weathered, darkened by time. They were the kind of things you learn to leave alone. You can't work in parks for long without gaining a certain kind of respect for what was here before you. These stones were old. They weren't marked on any tourist maps, which meant they had been mostly forgotten, left to the weather and the animals. I sat quietly for a while just listening to the wind, thinking about how many hands had once touched this same rock, grinding food, sharpening tools, maybe gathering together at night, just like I was. Eventually, I climbed back down and got into the bed of my truck. I had a sleeping bag spread out, and I tucked myself in, still thinking about the stars and those carvings. I drifted off easily, the kind of sleep that only comes when you're far from noise and screens. Then, somewhere in the middle of the night, I thought I woke up. The kind of waking where you aren't sure if it's real or not. I wasn't in the bed of my truck anymore. I was on the ground in the middle of the forest. My sleeping bag was under me, zipped up around me, but everything else was wrong. The trees looked different, thicker, closer. I wasn't near the rock or my truck. There were no stars, no lights on the horizon, just pitch black trees rising up on all sides. I was too stunned to move at first. The air felt heavy, like I had dropped deep underwater. I couldn't hear the usual night sounds. No insects, no owls, nothing. Then I noticed the ground around me seemed to be moving. At first I thought it was my vision playing tricks on me, like how things blur when you wake up too fast. But it wasn't that. There was something dark and shifting just inches from me. When my eyes adjusted, I saw it clearly. A line, no, a thick river of writhing, eel-like snakes slithering past me in one unbroken stream. Hundreds of them, maybe more. They were all pitch black, glossy, moving fast but with purpose, like they knew where they were going. Their bodies tangled and moved over one another, a slick sound coming from the dirt as they passed. I didn't move. I was frozen. My breath had gone shallow, and my arms stayed locked inside the sleeping bag. All I could do was watch them pass by, inches from my face. Then, from inside that column of snakes, a larger form emerged. A rattlesnake. Its pattern was clear, tan and dark brown, and its rattle clicked softly as it lifted its head and slithered over toward me. It didn't look confused or startled like snakes normally do when they come across people. It looked like it was searching. Then it struck. I felt the impact on the side of my sleeping bag, right near my hip. It didn't get through the fabric, but I jerked hard, kicking my legs and twisting to roll away. I thrashed so hard that the bag flipped partway over and my head came out of the hood. I could see the rattlesnake again. It paused, then turned back toward the line of snakes and slithered away, rejoining the mass without hesitation. It wasn't over, though. I followed the direction they were heading. Just ahead, I saw what they were moving toward. A horse. A massive black horse lay on its side, completely still. At first I thought it was dead. Then I saw the open wound on its belly. A long, clean slice down the middle of its stomach. The snakes were crawling straight into the opening, sliding one after another into the cavity like they were returning home. The body didn't twitch or react. It just lay there, its glossy black skin stretched tight. And my head, my own head, had been resting against the horse's flank the entire time without me noticing. I jerked away so fast I scraped my hands on the rocks under me, but I didn't feel it. I wanted to get up, but my limbs felt like rubber. Every nerve in my body screamed to move, to run, but my muscles weren't listening. That's when I finally snapped out of it. I woke up in the bed of my truck, sitting straight up, breathing like I had just run a mile. My sleeping bag was half unzipped, and I had a cramp in my side. My shirt was damp from sweat. It was still dark, but I could see the faint edges of dawn coming in behind the trees. I stood up, looked around the truck, climbed out, and just stood there for a long while. The rock was still there. The carvings were still there. But everything else, the horse, the snakes, the forest, the silence, was gone. I couldn't explain it. I still can't. I've had strange dreams before. Everyone has. But nothing like that. Nothing that stuck with me in my bones like that one did. For the rest of the week, I couldn't get the image out of my head. The black horse, the open stomach, the slithering sound of the snakes. It followed me on every trail I walked. I started avoiding that area entirely. I didn't go back up to that boulder again. I told myself it was just a dream. A mix of being overtired, being alone too much, maybe something I ate. But part of me kept wondering if it had something to do with those mortar stones and sharpening grooves. I didn't disturb them. I didn't take anything. But I had sat there for a long time, touched them, thought about them. Maybe that was enough. I've never believed in ghosts or curses. Still don't. But that dream didn't feel like something my mind just made up. It felt like something was shown to me. Not in some magical way, just a memory that didn't belong to me. After my season ended, I went back home. Took some time off. But every time I closed my eyes for those first few weeks, I saw that horse again. I started researching more about native tribes in the area, their practices, their beliefs. I found a few mentions of serpent imagery, of dream rituals, but nothing that matched what I saw. Eventually, I gave up. I figured if I couldn't find answers, maybe there weren't any. It's been months now. The dream hasn't come back, but I haven't gone back to that part of the park either. I still take jobs, still work as a ranger when I can, but I avoid certain places now. I trust my gut a little more. And when I see mortar stones or old carvings in rock, I keep my distance. Not out of fear, but out of respect. That dream didn't hurt me, but it changed something in me. I don't try to explain it anymore. I just let it be what it was, a message, a memory, or maybe just my mind making sense of a place older than I can understand. Whatever it was, it felt real. More real than anything else I've experienced out there. And maybe that's enough. Opening day of deer season was always a big deal for our family. Every year, without fail, we'd gather in my cousin's land in western Wisconsin, where the hills rolled for miles and the trees ran thick with pines, oaks, and birch. It was deep country out there, quiet and wide open, and the kind of place that seemed unchanged no matter how many years went by. My dad, my cousin, and their old hunting buddies built a shack on that land over 20 years ago. It wasn't fancy, just some plywood, insulation, and a rusted old wood stove, but held up through every fall and winter like it was meant to last forever. We had tree stands bolted into trees on nearly every side of the property, and a rough schedule tacked to a board inside the shack that we all followed to keep from shooting in the same direction or walking in on each other by mistake. I was raised around guns, trees, and silence. I was comfortable in the woods, and I knew how to move quietly, how to sit still for hours, how to track, and how to get a deer without flinching. We weren't out there for the sport of it. We hunted for meat, same as always. This land had fed our family for decades. But there are some things in the woods that don't care who you are or why you're out there. That particular morning started cold and clear. The frost was on everything, turning the grass silver, and the trees were creaking faintly under the weight of the cold. My breath looked like smoke every time I exhaled, and the seat of the ATV was cold enough to sting right through my pants. My dad and I had woken up before the sun and made our way up the hill in the dark. We were going to the northern tree stand, one of the oldest but still solid. That part of the hill was steep and thick with pine, but there were clearings between ridges where deer liked to pass through around first light. We marked our location on the board before we left the shack, even though nobody else was there yet. My cousin said he might come up later with his daughter, but they were always slow to start. Still, it was habit. Safety first. We parked the ATV at the base of the hill and walked up by foot to the stand. The trail was narrow and curved like a snake up through dense trees. The climb was always quiet, like the trees swallowed up every sound. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. I followed my dad, stepping in time with him so we made as little noise as possible. We'd done it this way for years. By the time the sun began to rise, we were settled in and scanning the hill for movement. It was still cold, and that part of the ridge stayed shaded long into the morning. You'd expect to hear birds, maybe squirrels darting along the branches or dry leaves crackling below, but it was quiet, too quiet. I didn't think much of it at first. Sometimes it was like that. Stillness came with the frost, and you had to wait out. Hours passed. The frost started to melt and drop like little beads of water onto the forest floor, but we didn't see anything. Not a squirrel, not a bird, and certainly no deer. My dad looked at me, gave me a small nod, and climbed down from his stand. I followed. We decided we'd get some coffee, warm up, and come back later when the sun had reached the western side of the property. We started walking back down the trail the same way we came. Again, no conversation. Just the rhythmic crunch of boots on frozen ground. I always matched my dad's steps, partly out of habit, partly to minimize noise. But not long after he started walking, I noticed something strange. There was a third set of footsteps. At first, I thought I imagined it. But every time we stepped, I heard a faint double echo. It sounded like someone behind me was walking at the exact same pace. I kept glancing behind me, trying not to be obvious. The trail curved behind us and was shaded so dark that even in the daylight, it looked like twilight under those trees. I stopped once to listen, but everything fell silent. Just me, my dad, and the trees. Nothing else. We kept walking, and again I heard the sound. My ears strained, and I knew it wasn't an echo. It wasn't my own boots bouncing off the trees. It was delayed, like someone trying to step when I stepped, but just a fraction too late, like a second shadow. Then I turned around fast. I expected to see nothing, but about 30 yards uphill I saw movement. Something slipped behind a tree just as my eyes caught it. A pale shape. It happened so fast, I second-guessed myself. But then it poked out again. A face. A pale, bald, almost sickly white face, thin like someone who hadn't eaten in weeks, just barely peeking from behind a trunk. Then it ducked away. I stopped cold in my tracks and stared. My dad was a few steps ahead and hadn't noticed. I kept looking uphill, squinting into the shaded woods, waiting for something else to move. Then the face appeared again, more fully this time. It was low to the ground and half covered by shadows, but I could make out the eyes, wide and dark, and the way its head tilted just slightly, like it was curious. Then it stepped out. Its body was thin, too thin, like skin stretched over bone. No visible clothes. The limbs were long and twisted, not straight like a person's. The arms hung down low, and the shoulders hunched forward unnaturally, like it wasn't built right. My heart kicked hard in my chest. This wasn't a person. I didn't know what it was, but every part of me said to get out of there. I didn't wait. I turned and jogged down the trail to catch up to my dad, trying not to run so I didn't startle him. But my face must have given something away. He turned, saw the thing, and his body stiffened instantly. He didn't say a word. He just headed faster for the ATV. I followed, but I looked back. That thing was still up there, still standing by the tree, watching. It didn't chase. It didn't move. It just watched us, standing unnaturally still like a statue made of bones and ash. When we reached the ATV, my dad got it started, and I jumped on. As we pulled away, I turned again. The thing had moved closer to where we were walking, just slightly. Its face was more visible now, sunken cheeks, long chin, no eyebrows or hair, just those eyes, too dark and wide for any normal human. Its shoulder poked out as it leaned forward, and then the rest of its body came into view. It had no clothes. Its skin was a sick pale gray blue, like it hadn't seen the sun in years. The body looked like it had been through something brutal, covered in scabs, dirt, and open scratches. Its arms hung down too far, and one leg was turned slightly inward like it was broken and never healed. I don't know what kind of person or thing can survive out in those woods like that, but it had been tracking us, mimicking us, staying just far enough away to remain hidden, until it didn't care anymore. We didn't talk on the way back to the shack. When we got there, it was still empty. No sign of my cousin or his daughter. My dad looked at me for a long second, then grabbed the keys to the truck. We didn't pack up or clean anything. We just left. He hasn't mentioned it once since. A few days later, he said he went back out and bagged a buck like nothing ever happened. He didn't even bring it up. But I haven't set foot back on that land since that morning. Not once. I think about it more than I'd like to admit. Not because I think it was a ghost or some made-up forest creature. No, I think it was a person. Or maybe something that used to be a person. Someone who had been out in those woods far too long. Someone twisted by years of isolation or injury. Maybe mental illness. Maybe starvation. Maybe worse. But there was nothing supernatural about it. It was real. It stood in the trees and watched us. It followed our steps. It mimicked my walk. And the part that bothers me the most is that it didn't run. It didn't flinch. It wasn't scared. It just stood there, looking down at us like we were the ones who didn't belong. I've read about people who go missing in those parts. Hikers, hunters, people who vanish and are never found. I always used to assume it was the terrain, the cliffs, the cold. But now I'm not so sure. That land's big. Too big to be certain what's out there. Too many valleys and ridges. Too many dark pockets of pine where the sun never reaches. And whatever that thing was, whether to man gone wild or something more twisted, it knows those woods better than anyone else ever could. And it waits. It watches. It follows. And I won't go back. Not ever. I've worked as a park ranger for a little over 9 years now. Most of that time was spent in national parks across the U.S., doing fire inspections, wildlife monitoring, and search and rescue support. But in 2022, I took a temporary position through a conservation exchange program that sent me all the way to Brazil to a small research outpost deep in the Amazon rainforest. It was the kind of thing I thought I'd never get to experience. Living in the middle of one of the wildest, most untouched regions left on Earth. The place had no cell service, no road access, and no electricity after dark. You flew in on a small plane and then rode in a boat for hours along the river just to reach it. It was the kind of isolation that made everything feel bigger. Everything felt more dangerous, too. The trees were taller. The insects were louder. The dark felt heavier. And at night, it was total blackness if the moon wasn't out. You couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. You couldn't hear your own breath sometimes, over the frogs and the insects and the strange bird calls that echoed through the trees. And yet, for all that, it was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen, alive in a way that didn't feel real. Our camp was about a mile from the river, surrounded by thick, untouched jungle in every direction. The trail in and out was mostly clay, slippery as hell, and lined with a mess of vines and roots that caught your boots with every other step. I shared a big canvas tent with 3 other researchers, all of them women from different countries. We got along well enough, though we mostly kept to ourselves. Each night we'd eat, boil water, log the day's findings, and then crash into our cots under mosquito nets with our headlamps switched off. Sleep came easy. The humidity drained every bit of energy out of you by the time the sun went down. But that one night I woke up, not because of a noise, not because of some dream, just pressure in my bladder that made me groan in the dark. I laid there for a while, tried to ignore it, hoping I'd fall back asleep. But it got worse, and I knew I had to go. The problem was, our camp didn't have a bathroom. We had a small latrine dug out about 60 yards down from the tents, but at night we were told not to use it. Too many things moved around after dark. Jaguars, tapirs, even snakes. If you had to go, you were supposed to just stay close, near the campfire ring, and take care of it nearby. But I didn't want to pee near the tents. I didn't want the others to wake up and hear me. The forest was dense, but not soundproof. So I grabbed my headlamp, slipped on my boots and a long shirt, and stepped outside. I was already uncomfortable, holding it in, half asleep and annoyed. The night air hit my face like a wet cloth. It was heavy with mist and heat. The moon was out, but only partly, slipping through thick clouds and the high canopy. I didn't turn the headlamp on. My eyes adjusted to the shadows quick enough, and I figured I wouldn't be far anyway. I walked away from the tents, toward the edge of camp, then past it, maybe 30 yards. The sound of the jungle was a blanket around me, constant humming and chirping, the rhythm of it familiar by then, even comforting in a strange way. I found a spot between a pair of buttress roots and lowered my pants. Since I'm a woman, I had to kind of hover, crouch sit without letting myself touch the ground. Not the easiest position when your legs are already tired from a full day of hiking. While I was mid-pee, I heard something behind me. Not far behind me, close. Real close. And it wasn't a little noise. It was something stepping, shifting leaves and small branches. Something heavy, deliberate. It didn't crash through, but it also wasn't trying to be quiet. One step, then another. Then it stopped. I froze. I was still half squatted, pants down around my knees. Heart hammering. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. The sound was so clear it felt like it was inside my head. That unmistakable crunch of weight pressing down on the forest floor. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a falling branch. Something was walking behind me. Something alive. My first thought was a jaguar. They were common in that part of the forest, though rarely seen. But even though they're big, they move quiet. Too quiet, usually. This thing hadn't moved like that. It didn't feel graceful. It felt big in a different way. I finished as fast as I could. Didn't even wipe. Just yanked at my pants, turned, and stood still. I didn't see anything. Just black and gray trees, shadow shapes all around. But I felt it. A weight in the air behind me. I flicked on my headlamp. The beam cut through the mist like a blade, but it only reached maybe 20 feet. Nothing moved, but something had been there. I swear to God something had. I backed away, slow at first, then turned and jogged. I don't think I even looked where I was stepping. Roots and vines grabbed my boots, but I kept going. I didn't stop until I saw the orange glow of our tent through the trees. I practically dove back inside and zipped up the flap, pulled my mosquito net down, and just lay there still sweating. I barely slept that night. Every creak and chirp outside made my whole body tighten. I kept replaying the moment in my head. The sound, the feeling, the pressure in the air. It wasn't just fear, it was instinct. That deep animal part of your brain that knows when something is close. Something watching. The next morning, I was up before the others. I grabbed my field bag and slipped out quietly. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I walked back to the same spot, heart pounding the entire time. The light of morning made everything look less threatening. The vines were green, the trunks damp and shining, butterflies flitting between the leaves. But I didn't feel better. I searched the area where I had crouched, looked at the ground. I saw my boot prints pressed deep in the mud, pointed away from camp. And not far from them, deeper, wider impressions. Something else had stepped there. I got on my knees, brushed some leaves away. It wasn't a paw. It wasn't a hoof. It was a human foot. At first I thought I was imagining it. Maybe I had stepped there twice and made the shape look weird. But no, I counted 5 distinct toes. The heel, the arch. It was a barefoot human footprint. Big too, bigger than my hand, longer than my own foot. It was facing the direction I had been facing. It had been behind me. I stared at it for a long time, not moving, just trying to think. There were no local tribes in the area anymore, at least not permanent ones. No other camps for miles. The trail to the river was watched. We would have heard a boat. If someone had walked here barefoot, they would have had to come through the forest itself. And the thing is, it wasn't just one print. I found another slightly to the left, then one more behind a root. The stride was strange, long, uneven like it had moved slow, shifting side to side. But the prints were clear. Whoever, or whatever, this had been there, right behind me. I didn't tell the others. Not that day. Not that week. I finished the rest of the rotation and flew out with the rest of the team when our contract ended. I've never been back. I kept the photos of the prints on an old hard drive, along with the GPS coordinates, but I haven't looked at them in a while. I've told myself 100 times it was just a poacher, or maybe a lost hunter, some random person living rough in the jungle. But there was no machete marks, no signs of campfires, no broken branches leading in or out of that spot. Just the prints, just the sound. I've worked in wilderness areas ever since. Remote parks in Alaska, the Sierra Nevada, even a few months in northern Canada. Places far away from roads and noise and cities. And I still think about that night in Brazil. That moment I felt something behind me. Something big. Something I didn't see, but knew was there. And sometimes, late at night, when I wake up and feel that same pressure in my bladder, I remember the silence after the footsteps, the weight in the air, that awful feeling of being watched, vulnerable, alone, half-naked, squatting in the dirt while something stood behind me. And now, even years later, I don't go far when I need to pee at night. I keep my boots close. I keep a light in my hand. I never walk too far from camp. Not anymore, because I don't know what was watching me that night. But I know it was real, and I know it was close. Too close. I've spent most of my adult life outdoors. I've worked all over Colorado, mostly in Forest Service, fire mitigation, and trail maintenance, and eventually got myself into the Park Ranger Service. It wasn't the paycheck that drew me in. It never is with this job. It was the quiet, the space, the feeling that out in the wild, things might not always make sense, but they always obeyed their own rules. I trusted the land more than I trusted people. Still do. This happened about 7 years back when I was posted in Roosevelt National Forest near Poudre Canyon outside Fort Collins. I had been in the area a couple of years already. I knew the dirt roads, the hidden campsites, the trailheads that weren't on any printed map. I'd led search and rescue teams through some god-awful terrain, seen bodies in the river and bear-ravaged tents, even helped airlift out a guy who fell 40 feet while trying to free climb a rock face near Grey Rock Mountain. None of that bothered me. Not really. But this trip, it was different. My buddy Mark had come up from Denver for a weekend trip. He worked in construction, but had the same love for the outdoors I did. We'd hiked all over Utah and Colorado together. We weren't greenhorns. We packed light, but we knew how to handle ourselves. It was late in the season, late October. Night temps were dropping into the low 20s, and most of the designated campsites were shut down for the year. But we didn't need a campground. We liked dispersed camping better anyway. Find a quiet spot off some forgotten Forest Service road, pitch our tents out of sight, and enjoy some peace. We'd done it 100 times before. We took my truck and started driving up the canyon around 3 p.m. The sun was already low behind the ridgelines by the time we hit the third forest road on our list. It was unmarked. No number, no signs, just a narrow, rutted path that dipped off from the main road like a forgotten afterthought. I remembered seeing it on satellite maps, but never drove down it. We figured we'd give a shot. About a mile in, The road degraded to a dirt track, and then to something barely passable. Pines closed in on both sides, and there were no tire tracks in the dirt, at least not fresh ones. That's usually a good sign for us. The less traffic, the better. We found a flat clearing tucked between two hills, with enough space for a small fire ring and our tents. No trash, no broken bottles, no signs of partying. Just dead pine needles and silence. It felt quiet. Not the good kind, though. More like the kind that presses against your ears, like something's waiting just out of sight. But I brushed it off, chalked it up to the cold air and the eerie stillness that always comes just before snowfall. While unpacking, Mark called me over. He was standing at the edge of the trees, holding a dirty, sun-faded blanket in both hands. Inside was a mess of bones. At first glance, I thought it was just a dead dog, maybe a coyote. Mummified, more than decayed. Its skin and fur dried tight around its ribs. Smelled faintly of rot, but old rot, like the way a barn smells after sitting empty for a decade. Teeth exposed, no eyes, no sign of trauma. Just dead. That alone would have been enough to make most people pack it in. But again, this wasn't the first dead animal we'd found in the woods. People dump their pets out here more often than you'd like to know. We moved it off to the side, recovered it with the blanket, and went about setting up camp. An hour later, the tents were up, and we still had an hour or so of daylight. We decided to do a short hike before losing the light, get a lay of the land. We grabbed some headlamps, a small day pack, and started up the hill behind camp. It wasn't a proper trail, just a game path, but we followed it until it petered out and then kept climbing. Pines turned to scrub oak, and the slope got steeper with every 100 feet. About 20 minutes in, we saw something odd tangled in a tree about 20 feet off the path. It looked like a tent, not set up, more like draped and tied into the branches. Fabric bleached pale by the sun, all torn along the seams. We bushwhacked over to it. From the way it was strung up, it almost looked like someone had intentionally wrapped it there. It wasn't hanging loose. The guy lines were knotted around branches, the fly half torn and flapping like a rag. We expected the worst. I don't know if you've ever come across a suicide site out in the wild, but you develop a gut for it. Something about the silence, the absence of gear on the ground, the way things look staged but forgotten. I half expected to find a body inside, slumped under a layer of leaves. But when we poked around inside, it was empty. No body, just a sleeping bag crammed into the corner, unzipped. A half-full water bottle and a stack of small notebooks. Not spiral-bound, just plain black journals. Dozens of pages were filled, though most of it was nonsense. Scribbled handwriting, some pages crossed out entirely. Bits of weather logs, dreams, or notes that didn't make any clear sense. Some of it was just repeated lines over and over, phrases like "it's up there" and "wrong, wrong, wrong" written down like a mantra. We didn't take anything, just zipped the sleeping bag back up and left the tent as we found it. I remember feeling uneasy, I guess. Not scared exactly, but unsettled, like we'd stumbled onto something we weren't meant to see. On the way back down, we decided to take a steeper route, straight down the side of the hill instead of backtracking. It was rough going, lots of loose dirt and broken roots. I remember grabbing trees for balance, boots sliding every few steps. That's when the smell hit us. If you've ever smelled something dead in the wild, you know it immediately. It doesn't matter if it's a deer, a raccoon, or something bigger. The smell grabs the back of your throat, sour, thick, clinging. We both stopped and looked around, expecting to see a carcass, but it wasn't on the ground. The smell was coming from a small towel tucked into the crook of a tree, maybe 10 feet off the slope. At first glance, it just looked like a wadded up piece of fabric someone left behind. But the way it was placed, crammed between two split trunks, facing uphill, it was too deliberate. No animal did that. No storm blew it there. Someone had put it there. I stared at it for a long time. It looked like there was something inside. I could see the fabric stretched and stained in the middle, like whatever was had leaked through. We didn't touch it. Not right away. We made our way down the rest of the slope and sat in silence by the fire. The bourbon came out pretty quick. We didn't talk much. The air felt heavy. I remember staring at the fire and thinking about that tent, those notebooks, and whatever the hell was in that towel up in the tree. My brain kept trying to make sense of it. Who comes this deep into the woods to wrap a dead animal in a towel and wedge it in a tree? Why here? Why now? Eventually, after a few pulls of bourbon, we decided to go back up. Not out of curiosity, really, more out of need to know. Sometimes your brain can't rest until it fills in the blanks. We took a long branch with us and hiked back up the slope, flashlights cutting through the dark. The wind had picked up. I remember how it whistled through the trees, made every branch creak like it might snap. When we found the towel again, it hadn't moved. Still wedged there, still stinking. Mark used a stick to prod it open, carefully, like he was defusing a bomb. Inside was an owl, not just dead, freshly dead, still soft, still bleeding a little from its beak. No signs of trauma, no broken wings, just dead, wrapped tight like a baby in a swaddle, stuffed into a towel, and placed deliberately in that tree. That was it. That was the final straw. We hiked back to camp fast, didn't even bother eating, poured the rest of the bourbon, and tried to sleep. I laid there for hours, staring at the tent's ceiling. No sounds, no bugs, no wind, just silence. My mind ran in circles. Who brings an owl up a hill and wraps it like that? Who camps in a tree and fills notebooks with nonsense? And why here, on this hill, off this unmarked road at the end of the season? We left at dawn. No coffee, no fire. Just packed everything in 20 minutes and drove out the way we came. I marked the road on my map, but never went back. A few weeks later, I mentioned it to a guy I knew in Fort Collins who worked with fish and wildlife. He went quiet. Said he'd heard a few stories like that, ritual animal deaths, weird campsites, strange journal entries. Nothing concrete, nothing to report, just rumors. A year later, that road was gated and marked closed to vehicles. No explanation, no update. I've camped hundreds of places since then, but that hillside, the tent, the notebooks, the owl and the towel, that one still sits in the back of my mind like a splinter I can't dig out. And I still don't have answers. Just a feeling that something about that place was wrong. Not supernatural, not haunted, just wrong in a way only people can make something wrong. Deliberate, calculated, and completely human. I remember the first time I ever went camping. It wasn't by choice. I was 12 years old in 7th grade, and it was part of some field trip my school organized to build character or teach us survival, or whatever they were calling it. It took us about 5 hours out from home, somewhere deep in the northern part of the state. I don't even remember the name of the park, but it was dense with pine and hardwood, and completely foreign to me. At that age, I was not the kind of kid who loved the outdoors. I didn't even like going outside at home unless I had to. I like my room. I like my books. I like my own space. So when we got there and I saw the cabins, small, boxy wooden buildings with slanted roofs and tiny windows, I already felt trapped. I hated the idea of staying in one. I hated that I couldn't go home if I wanted. I hated the smell of the musty old wood, the hard plank beds, and the way the ceiling creaked every time someone moved. We were assigned cabins in groups, and I ended up in one with 6 other girls, none of whom I was particularly close to. The cabin itself had 2 rows of cots, a small wooden bench under one of the windows, and nothing else. No heater, no electricity, just some old blankets and the smell of mildew. My cot was close to the door, which at the time I thought was a blessing, but that night it turned into something else. The sun went down early and everything got dark fast. I remember how quickly the woods swallowed the light. The sky went from gold to deep purple and then to black. No slow fade, no softness, just dark. I hadn't realized how quiet a place could get. No cars, no TVs, no humming of air conditioners or distant barking dogs. Just bugs and the occasional rustle in the trees. Every now and then, a breeze would push through and it sounded like the trees were whispering to each other. I lay in that cot for what felt like forever, staring at the ceiling, trying to breathe through the homesickness. I miss my bed. I miss my dad and the soft, steady sounds of our apartment. I miss the city light that always glowed faintly through my bedroom blinds. I couldn't sleep, not even close. That cot was awful. It was like trying to lie on a wooden bench covered in burlap. I rolled back and forth until I gave up. I'd packed one of my Christopher Pike books in my bag and decided I'd read until I got tired. I took my little book light, crept out of the scratchy wool blanket, and tiptoed to the door. It made a small creak as I opened it, but no one stirred. I pulled it shut behind me and sat down on the top step, facing out into the darkness. There was a faint moon above the trees, enough to outline their shapes. I clicked on my book light and opened to the last page I'd read. The cold air hit me fast and sharp, but I wrapped my arms tight around myself and tried to focus on the story. Time felt strange out there. I read for a while, flipping page after page. The beam of the book light cut a narrow circle in the dark, and beyond that everything seemed to press in. I kept looking up, not because I heard anything specific, just this weird sense like someone was watching. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't fear exactly, more like pressure, the kind of thing that makes your neck feel tight and the hair on your arms stand up. Still, I stayed. I didn't want to go back inside that cabin and lie on that awful cot again. My knees were pulled up to my chest, and I had my book resting on them, the light clipped to the back cover. I was somewhere near the middle of the story, completely locked into the plot, when I moved just slightly. I shifted my knees and the book tilted. The light beam caught something reflective about 10 or 12 feet in front of me. My brain didn't register it at first, just a pair of tiny lights. I blinked, adjusted the book slightly, and saw them again. Round and yellow-green. 2 dots. They weren't lights, though. They were eyes. For a second, I thought maybe it was a raccoon or a fox. Then I saw the shape around those eyes. Low and wide, and then the eyes blinked. I dropped the book. The light fell to the side, landing in the dirt, its beam now pointing off into the grass. I couldn't see clearly anymore, but my eyes had adjusted just enough. What I thought was just eyes was actually part of a whole shape, a shadow that moved slowly like liquid muscle. There was a paw, big and padded, resting silently on leaves. I followed it up. Then I saw the face, the ears, the long tail behind it. Mountain lion, not a storybook version, not a zoo version, a real one, silent, watching me. I could not move. My whole body froze. I didn't even breathe for a few seconds. My mind jumped into this strange tunnel where all I could think about were 2 things. First, that if I didn't move, someone would find what was left of me in the morning, maybe some hair, blood, a shoe. And second, that if I died because I'd snuck outside, my dad would be furious. It was a weird, childish thought, but it was loud and clear. I wasn't supposed to be out there. If something happened to me, it would be my fault. I stayed locked in that moment for what felt like hours, but must have only been a few seconds. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I barely even blinked. Slowly, without turning my head, I reached back. My fingers searched for the door handle. I couldn't look away from the animal. I was sure that if I moved too fast, it would spring. I could almost feel it gathering tension in its legs. Not quite crouched, but ready. Like it hadn't decided what I was yet. Finally, my hand found a cold metal knob. I turned it as quietly as I could. The door cracked open. I fell backward through the gap and slammed it shut behind me. I stayed on the floor for a few seconds, just breathing hard. My hands were shaking. My whole body was shaking. I climbed back into bed and pulled the blanket over my head, pressing my face into the thin pillow. My heart didn't stop pounding. I lay like that until morning, sweating and shivering under the blanket, trying not to think about what was on the other side of the door. When the sun came up and light filled the cabin, I sat up and looked around. Everyone else was still asleep. One girl stirred and asked if I heard the door slam during the night. I said it must have been the wind. I didn't say a word about what I saw. I couldn't. I didn't know how. Later that morning, our teacher came in and asked who left a book outside. My copy of Whisper of Death was lying open on the dirt by the steps. The cover was damp and the pages were curled. I got in trouble for that. Lost library privileges for a week. I just nodded and said sorry. I never told anyone the truth. Not the teacher. Not my friends. Not even my dad. I figured no one would believe me. It didn't matter anyway. I was alive. That was all that mattered. After that trip, I didn't go camping again for a long time. Years. The outdoors stopped being something I avoided because I didn't like the cold or the dirt. After that night, it became something I avoided because I understood in a real and quiet way, that we didn't belong out there. Not really. Not the way we thought we did. But things change. I grew up. I started hiking. I got curious again. At first I stayed on short, well-traveled trails. Then longer ones. Then overnights. Eventually I applied for a seasonal ranger job. It was part-time and mostly maintenance, clearing brush, restocking supplies at trailheads, helping lost hikers find their way back. I didn't even think about that old trip until my first solo overnight assignment. It was 10 years later. I was stationed in a park about an hour north of where that field trip took place. Similar forests, but steeper terrain. My job was to spend 3 nights in a backcountry ranger cabin and monitor trail conditions. I packed light, but brought all the necessary gear. Radio, flare, GPS, bear spray, basic first aid. The cabin was remote. No cell signal, no roads. Just a 2-room wooden structure with a porch and a stone chimney. Inside, there was a cot, a wood stove, and a desk with a map nailed to the wall above it. The first night was uneventful. I spent the evening logging my observations and eating a bland freeze-dried dinner. I stepped out onto the porch after sunset and sat down for a while. It was cold, quiet, peaceful. Then it happened again. I felt it. Not sound, not movement, just pressure. That same feeling from all those years ago. Like the woods had paused. Like something was watching. I stood up slowly and scanned the tree line. I didn't see anything. No eyes. No shape. Just trees. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. I went back inside and locked the door. Slept light. Woke up 3 or 4 times in the night. Nothing happened. No scratches. No sounds. Just that feeling. By the 3rd night, it was gone. I didn't feel it anymore. But it had been enough to remind me how fragile we really are when we're out there. How close we walk to things that are quieter, faster, stronger, and more patient than we'll ever be. Now, years later, I'm a full-time ranger. I've seen all kinds of things in these woods. Injured hikers, lost kids, bear tracks the size of dinner plates. I've even seen mountain lions again, always at a distance, always moving like ghosts through the brush. But I've never forgotten that first one, the one that watched me in silence, deciding whether I was worth the trouble. Sometimes when people ask me about the scariest thing I've seen, I think about that night. Not because of what the animal did, but because of what it didn't do. It just stood there, close. I used to work the edge of a national forest in California, right where the control boundaries of the park blur into rougher terrain. Not quite private land, but not something the average hiker could easily reach. The kind of place where you stop seeing trail markers and start relying on instinct, maps, and familiarity. It was the kind of landscape where everything felt untouched, wild. And back then, that's what I loved most about it. There was a pond deep in those woods. If you weren't looking for it, you'd never know it was there. The tree cover was thick, and the undergrowth made sure the path stayed hidden. No online trail maps showed the route. No signage led to it. You had to know. My friend Will and I had found it by accident a few years before. We were scouting for illegal campsites when we stumbled on the clearing. Maybe 2 or 3 acres, with tall grass in the middle and thick pine around the edge. The pond was just off-center, about 20 yards across, and probably 10 or 12 feet deep at its center. The water was still, dark clean. We called it Mirror Pond because the reflection was so clear when the wind died down. Over the years, Will and I used the spot like our private retreat. We'd head out there a few times a year, usually with light gear. No tents, just sleeping bags, tarps if it looked like rain, and enough food for a couple nights. Fires were technically allowed if we stayed responsible, and we always did. Neither of us wanted to ruin the place. We never found a single wrapper or cigarette, but out there. Not once. It was untouched, sacred in a way. That was before the last trip. It was late September. Nights were starting to get cold again, and most of the tourists were long gone. It's the time of year when the woods start to feel quiet. Like the animals know what's coming, like everything is conserving energy for winter. I had a few days off coming up, and Will had just wrapped a project up in San Jose. We planned a quick trip, 2 nights at Mirror Pond. Just enough to breathe for a bit. We packed light, just like always, and left early one morning before sunrise. We used to park the truck in the same spot every time. It was a gravel turnout on an old fire road, about a mile from the park's official trail network. Technically legal, but if a ranger didn't know the area well, they wouldn't find it. That morning, the sun was just coming up. The light was weak, but enough to see. I remember the smell, dry pine needles, a little bit of dew, and the dusty earth that kicks up after a long summer. We rounded the bend where the turnout is, and right as the truck crested the last little rise, Will stopped short and started cursing under his breath. 2 mountain lions were standing about 50 feet ahead of us, right in the middle of the clearing where we usually parked. They didn't look up when the truck stopped. Didn't care. They were mating. I'd never seen that before in the wild. And even though it felt wrong to watch, I'll admit we stayed put. We rolled up the windows, cut the engine, and just sat in silence. It only lasted maybe a minute more. Then they separated. The male started pacing. The female settled on the edge of the brush, watching. For a moment, the male stared straight at us. Will had the windows rolled up and his phone in his lap, but neither of us wanted to risk making any noise. I don't know if he saw his reflection in the windshield or just didn't care. Either way, he broke eye contact, turned away, and joined the female again at the edge of the woods. We sat there for 10 minutes, just watching them. It was eerie. Something about seeing apex predators in broad daylight, that close, doing something so primal, it made the hairs on my arms stand up. They weren't in a rush. They didn't look nervous. But then something changed. I noticed it first. Their heads lifted at the same time. Ears perked, eyes wide. They went totally still. Not stalking still. More like listening. And whatever they heard, it spooked them. Because without another second's hesitation, both of them bolted into the tree line. Now, seeing 2 mountain lions is rare enough. But seeing them spooked? That's a different thing altogether. We were still processing what just happened when it got even stranger. From the opposite direction, not from where the lions ran, but from where they were looking, 3 deer exploded out of the woods. They weren't bounding or hopping. They were running full tilt, stretched out like racehorses. I caught sight of one's eyes, and I swear to God, it looked terrified. The sound of their hooves slamming through the underbrush was loud, even with the windows up. Then behind them, crashing through the trees like a wrecking ball, came a bear. But not just any bear. It was huge, black fur with patches of brown near the shoulders. It moved like it was shot out of a cannon. I couldn't believe how fast it was. The deer veered off left, scattering into different directions. The bear followed one for a few yards, then stopped right where the mountain lions had been. It stood there panting, shoulders heaving, drool hanging from its mouth. Then it turned, sniffed the air, and slowly walked into the brush. Well, and I didn't say anything. We just looked at each other and backed the truck up out of the turnout, slow and steady. Neither of us wanted to make a sound. We ended up parking about a mile down the road and waiting a while. Maybe 30 minutes. But the longer we sat there, the more we realized our heads weren't in it anymore. Something felt off about the area now. That place we had thought of as safe, hidden, secret, it suddenly felt like we'd been intruding. Like the animals were reclaiming it. Still, we were stubborn. We'd already made the trip, already packed. So after a while, we decided we'd just hike and part way. Maybe camp closer to the trail. Not Mirror Pond, but somewhere familiar. We packed light and started walking. The trail up to the clearing wasn't marked, but we knew it by heart. Even so, we moved slow. Every little sound in the woods felt amplified. At one point, we stopped and watched a squirrel freeze on a log. It had something in its mouth, maybe a nut, and it didn't move for a full 2 minutes. That wasn't normal. Even the birds were quiet. We kept going, made it to the edge of the clearing by early afternoon. But we didn't step out. Not this time. From the tree line, we saw tracks. Bare tracks, deep and scattered. We could make out where it had turned circles in the soft earth, where it had rolled in the grass, like it had stayed a while. And over by the pond, there was something else. A dead raccoon. Nothing too crazy about that. Animals die out here all the time. But this one was torn apart. Not eaten, just shredded. Its guts were spread out in a half circle. Its head was intact, but the body looked like it had been slammed against the ground. Will took a step forward, then stopped. His face was pale. "Let's go," he said. Only thing he said all day. We didn't set up camp. We didn't even stop to eat. We turned around and hiked straight back to the truck. The whole way, I kept thinking about the mountain lions. How they didn't just move off. They ran. And how the bear had come from behind them. How it had scared them that much. That was 5 years ago. I haven't been back since. Sometimes I check satellite images just to see if the pond still looks the same. I even sent a drone out once, borrowed from a buddy in fish and wildlife. The clearing's still there. The pond's still calm. No new fire rings. No trash. But the next spring, we got reports of black bears venturing further south than normal. A few sightings close to town. More aggressive than usual. One had to be put down after it tore up a hunting cabin. And the deer migration patterns in that area shifted, too. Started avoiding that entire quadrant of forest. I never told anyone about what we saw. Not officially. There was nothing to file. Just animals doing what animals do. But that was the last time I camped off-grid. I've been a ranger long enough to know when the land doesn't want you there. And that day, it made itself clear. I'll listen now. I've worked for the Park Service for over 15 years. Most of it has been uneventful. Sure, the occasional lost hiker, maybe a bear that wanders too close to a campsite, drunk campers causing noise problems, but nothing I'd ever call truly terrifying. That changed one fall when I got a short-term reassignment to Olympic National Park in Washington. The ranger covering the Quinault section was out on medical leave, and I was rotated in for 3 weeks. The place was quieter than most parts of the park system, especially in the off-season, and they said the biggest threat I'd face was boredom. They were wrong. The first week went by like I expected. Wet, cool weather, long stretches of silence broken up by birdsong or rain on the canopy. I was doing routine checks of the trails, noting down storm damage, checking campsites for trash, making sure people weren't setting up illegal fires or hunting where they shouldn't. It was peaceful in a way only remote forest can be. But then, late into the second week, I got a call that changed everything. A woman came into the ranger station late one evening, frantic and half-dressed, bleeding from her legs and arms. Mud streaked across her face and shoulders. She looked like she'd run through a bramble patch in a thunderstorm. She didn't speak for a minute, just stared at me like I was the first person she'd seen in years. I took her inside, gave her a blanket, and got her some water. I sat her down gently and just let her calm down. I've dealt with trauma victims before. You don't rush them. After about 10 minutes, she started talking. Her voice was shaking, but what she told me chilled me more than anything I'd heard in this job. She said she had pulled off the highway and followed a dirt road that led down to the Quinault River. There's a place out there, way off the main grid, not on any official map we hand out to visitors. It dead ends near a bend in the river. No signage, no camping spots. People who know the area well sometimes use it to fish or just get away from the crowds. But it's not maintained and definitely not monitored. She told me she parked there, thinking she'd swim for a bit since the day was so unseasonably warm. She hiked down through thick brush to the river's edge, left her clothes in a pile, and got in the water in just her underwear. She thought she was alone. No other cars, no noise. Just the sound of the river and wind through the trees. But after a few minutes, she got this feeling like she was being watched. She tried to ignore it, but it kept creeping in. You know that instinct? The one that says something is wrong even when your eyes don't see it? She felt that. Strong. Then she got out, walked toward her clothes, and looked up. That's when she saw him. A man tall, maybe 6 feet 3 inches or more, standing just across the river. He was on the opposite embankment, which was a little higher than her side, giving him a good view down. He was wearing a cloak or poncho made of animal pelts. Not a jacket, not something store-bought. This thing looked hand-stitched, rough, pieced together from mismatched furs. His hair was long, matted, tangled with bits of sticks. His face was wild, partially hidden behind the hair, but enough of it visible that she could see the filth caked into his skin and beard. She said he looked feral, like someone who hadn't been around people in a long, long time. She said they stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Neither of them moved. Then suddenly, without any sound, he bolted. Not away, toward the footbridge. Now, this bridge, it's not maintained. Built decades ago by locals or loggers, I'm guessing. We'd warned hikers in the area to avoid it. It's narrow, wooden, and rotting in places. But it's still a crossing point if someone knows where to look. She ran, left everything. Clothes, shoes, towel. Grabbed her car key and crashed through the brush, barefoot and nearly naked, trying to make it back to her car before he crossed the bridge and reached her side. When she broke out of the thicket and into the clearing where she'd parked, she said she saw him coming. He was halfway across the bridge, moving fast and with this frantic kind of motion, like he wasn't running in a straight line. Lurching, wild. She dove in her car just as he reached the clearing, locked the doors as he came straight at her, slammed his fists on her hood, yelling. No words, just screams and guttural noises. He pounded on her windshield, hit the driver's side door, tried the handle. Then she hit the gas and peeled out. She said he ran after the car for almost a mile before vanishing from the mirror. She showed me her arms and legs. They were a mess, scratched, bleeding, red with irritation from blackberry thorns and sharp branches. Her feet were torn up too. I believed every word she said. The thing is, it wasn't the first time I'd heard of someone like that. Back in my first few days at Quinault, one of the other rangers, a guy named Doyle, who'd worked the park for almost 30 years before retiring, had said something weird in passing. I was reviewing a map of some of the older service roads, and he pointed to that same dead-end spur and said, "Don't go down that way alone. Just don't." I thought he was joking or maybe trying to haze a new guy. He didn't explain, and I didn't press him. Now I wish I had. The woman refused to file a police report. She didn't want to go to the hospital. She just wanted to go home. I respected that, but I made sure to photograph the injuries and write down everything she told me, timestamp it, and file it in our internal incident log. I even marked the location she described and drove out there the next morning. I shouldn't have gone alone. The drive out was quiet. It was early morning and there was still dew on the grass. The dirt road she described was rough but passable. My parked vehicle bounced and slid a bit in the soft patches, but I made it all the way to the dead end. It opened up into a small, circular clearing just before the river. I recognized it from her description. There was the embankment, the dense brush, and sure enough, the old wooden bridge about 50 yards upstream. I got out and walked around. I looked for footprints. There were some faint and partially washed out, but they were there. Barefoot prints leading into the brush. Another set, deeper, heavier, that came from the other side and stopped near the edge of the water. I couldn't tell how fresh they were. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I had my sidearm with me. Normally, I don't even unclip the holster. But this time I had it out. I didn't hear anything, but the woods felt too quiet. You know how the forest usually has this low hum? Bugs, birds, wind through the trees? That day, nothing. Like everything had stopped. I walked to the edge of the bridge, but didn't cross. It creaked just with the breeze hitting it. Old and brittle, sagging near the center. One bad step, and you'd fall straight through into the rocks and water below. I looked across the river. The other embankment was steep, but climbable. Trees leaned heavy overhead, casting long shadows over the slope. That's when I saw it. A small structure, not much more than a lean-to, tucked between two trees, hidden behind hanging moss and thick undergrowth. I took out my binoculars to get a better look. It was made of branches, bark, and what looked like bone. I'm not saying human bones, probably deer, elk, something local. But they were tied into the structure like decoration. There were bundles of fur hanging from the sides, drying maybe, and just behind it, a post stuck in the ground with what looked like a set of clothing draped over it. Faded, torn clothes, possibly women's. I stepped back from a bridge and walked quickly to my vehicle. I radioed in a code to alert the service office I needed backup. I didn't mention the woman or what I saw across the river. I just said I'd found evidence of long-term illegal squatting and possible poaching activity. That was enough to get a small team out there. 3 rangers met me later that afternoon. We searched the area together, but didn't find a man. We crossed the bridge carefully, 2 at a time, and reached the lean-to. It was empty, no sign of recent presence. The furs were stiff and dry, the bones old. The clothes on the post were definitely women's, though 2 different sets by the look of it. Faded bras, torn fabric, 1 pair of ripped shorts. We documented everything, photographed it all, and dismantled the structure. One of the rangers bagged the clothing and bones for evidence. The whole time, I felt like we were being watched. That night, I didn't sleep. We never found him. We left cameras up in the trees along the river, facing both ends of the bridge. For weeks, we got nothing. Then, one foggy morning, the camera on the far bank caught movement. A tall figure, barefoot, wild hair, animal skin over the shoulders. He walked to the edge of the frame, looked straight into the lens, and stood there for 10 seconds. Then turned and walked back into the woods. That footage never made it outside the park system. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe someone higher up decided it was better not to stir panic. We dismantled the bridge 2 days later. To this day, no ranger goes back to that stretch of river alone. We've blocked off the road, taken it off visitor maps, and planted dense brush across the entrance. But I know he's still out there, somewhere in that forest, watching, waiting. I transferred out of Olympic the next season. I still think about that woman. I think about how close she came to vanishing. No trace, no clues, no body, just another name on a long list of missing hikers that pile up in parks every year. Some things out there are worth. When I was a kid, maybe 10 years old, my parents took my sister and me on a camping trip to Mark Twain National Forest. I remember being late summer or maybe early fall. The air still had warmth in it during the day, but the nights were colder than we expected. I think it was one of the last weekends before school started again. My mother had been the one to plan the trip. She wanted to get us out of the house and do something as a family. We didn't go camping often. Actually, I think that might have been the first time we ever camped somewhere that wasn't a designated campground. We didn't pull into the area until dusk. The trees were already casting long shadows across the forest floor, and the light was fading faster than I expected. We weren't at a campground. No paved paths, no restroom buildings, no signs. Just a rough gravel turnout off a dirt road and a clearing where the trees opened up enough to set up a tent. It was quiet, except for the buzz of insects and the chirping of birds bedding down for the night. I remember my mom mentioning that we were a little farther in than she had planned, but my stepdad was in one of his moods and told her to stop complaining. We all got out of the car in a hurry. The forest looked almost black between the trees. We needed to get the tent up fast before we couldn't see what we were doing. I helped hold poles and stay corners while my mom barked instructions. My sister stayed quiet and followed along with whatever she was told. My stepdad cracked open a beer as soon as we pulled up, and by the time the tent was halfway up, he was already on his second. He didn't do anything to help except yell at my mom and grumble when things didn't go right. That wasn't unusual. When the tent was finally standing and our sleeping bags were tossed inside, we started digging through the gear to get a fire going. That's when we realized we didn't bring the lantern. Not only that, but my mom had forgotten the box of matches, and the lighter she usually carried in her purse had run out of fuel. I remember her rummaging through bags, getting more and more flustered. The forest was getting darker every minute. That kind of darkness you only find way out in the woods. Thick and heavy. No streetlights, no glow from any towns nearby. The stars hadn't even come out yet. Just blackness under the trees. My stepdad got angry. He started yelling, calling her names, making a scene over the whole thing. My sister and I sat on a log, watching him pace and throw empty cans into the bushes. He didn't hit her, at least not that night, but the way he talked to her was worse sometimes. The sound of him yelling echoed in the trees, bouncing off trunks and making it feel like it came from all around. My mom didn't say much after that. She just climbed into the tent and zipped herself in. My sister and I followed her. My stepdad stayed out for a while, mumbling to himself and finishing another beer before finally crawling in and collapsing next to us. Inside the tent, it was pitch black. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. We didn't talk. We just lay there, four of us packed tightly on the floor of the tent, listening to the forest around us. I remember hearing crickets at first, the kind of normal background noise you expect. But slowly, over the next 30 minutes or so, it got quieter. Not silent. There were still sounds, but the crickets stopped and the frogs went quiet too. What was left was the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Except it wasn't always the breeze. It started out faint, leaves crunching underfoot, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. It came in short bursts, like footsteps, but not the steady, confident kind. These were slow, hesitant. 2 steps, pause. 3 more, pause. Then nothing. I thought maybe it was a deer or a raccoon. But even at 10 years old, I'd seen enough wildlife in our backyard to know how animals moved. This didn't sound like that. This sounded like someone trying not to be heard. It kept going for a while, getting closer, then stopping. Then closer again. I could feel the tension in the tent. My mom's breathing got faster. My sister's sleeping bag rustled every time she shifted, trying to stay quiet. I don't think any of us dared speak. My stepdad had been snoring lightly, but woke up at some point and just lay there without a word. The leaves outside the tent were dry, and each step made a crisp crunch. Whoever, or whatever, it was had no flashlight. That's what made it worse. We could barely see each other inside the tent, and they didn't have any light either. That meant they were moving through unfamiliar woods in total darkness. Either they knew the area extremely well, or they didn't care about tripping over something. The steps got closer, within a few yards. I remember counting my breaths, holding them sometimes when a noise stopped. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a dry twig snapping. It wasn't loud, but in the silence of the woods, it might as well have been a gunshot. It made every hair on my body stand on end. There was this frozen moment where none of us knew what would happen next. Then everything exploded into chaos. My stepdad screamed. It wasn't a yell. It was a full-throated, panicked shriek that I didn't know he was capable of. My mom yelled something I couldn't make out, and the tent became a flurry of zippers, limbs, and panicked movement. We tore out of there in total darkness. I ran after my sister and my mom, all of us following my stepdad's voice. We weren't thinking. We didn't grab anything. We didn't even have shoes on. Just socks pounding across rough ground, tripping over roots and twigs, slapping low-hanging branches out of the way. I could hear the leaves crunching behind us, but I don't know if it was from whoever had been out there or from one of us stumbling. The car wasn't far, maybe 50 yards from the tent, but in the dark it felt like a mile. I remember seeing the outline of the Honda Civic, one door already open, the interior lights flickering on as my stepdad fumbled for the keys. We all piled in. The car started on the third try, tires spinning in gravel as we peeled out of there, fishtailing onto the dirt road before finally hitting pavement. No one said anything on the drive home. My stepdad didn't yell. My mom didn't cry. My sister and I just stared out the window, our faces still pale and scratched up from the brush. I remember the sound of our hearts slowing down, one beat at a time, as the miles put distance between us and whatever had been in that forest. We never went back for our things. Everything was left behind. The tent, the sleeping bags, the food, the cooler, even my sister's favorite flashlight with the sticker-covered handle. It became one of those unspoken things in our family. We never talked about it, never told anyone. My mom didn't file a report. My stepdad never admitted he was scared. Years went by. I didn't go camping again. I stopped going into the woods altogether. Even when school friends invited me to go on hikes or scout trips, I always found a reason not to. My sister did the same. I think it stayed with her just like it stayed with me. As I got older, I began to look at that night differently. I became a park ranger in my 20s. Not because I wanted to relive that experience, but because I needed to understand it. I needed to know what was out there. I worked in different parks over the years, some big, some small, some remote. I learned how people get lost, how animals move at night, how easily someone can disappear into the woods without a trace. I also learned how people live off-grid, how some folks vanish from society and set up camp in national forests, avoiding detection for years. I've found remnants of those camps, tarp lean-tos, rusted cans, handmade tools. I've seen places where someone lived just out of sight, watching people as they passed, never revealing themselves. Sometimes the spots are only 100 feet off trail, sometimes less. That's what I think happened that night. I don't think it was an animal. I don't think it was someone passing through. I think someone was living out there. Someone who saw us pull in at dusk, watched us set up the tent, noticed we had no lights, and decided to take a look. Maybe they didn't mean harm. Maybe they just wanted to see who we were. But they got too close. And when they snapped that twig, everything unraveled. I still have dreams about it. Not every night, but enough that I keep a flashlight by my bed. In the dream, I'm lying in the tent again. I hear the footsteps. I know what's coming, but I can't move. The twig snaps, and I wake up in a sweat, heart pounding like it did all those years ago. I'm 43 now. I work mostly in administration these days, behind a desk, helping train new rangers. I tell them to always trust their instincts. If something feels off in the woods, it probably is. I don't tell them my story, but I make sure they carry lights, extra batteries, and never camp too far from the road if they're alone. Somewhere out in Mark Twain National Forest, a tent might still be rotting under the leaves. Maybe animals dragged off the sleeping bags. Maybe everything was taken by someone else. But the memory is still there in the dirt and the trees and the air that gets thick and heavy when the sun goes down. And every time I hear dry leaves crunch underfoot, even now, part of me is 10 years old again, lying in the dark, holding my breath, listening as something I couldn't see move closer and closer through the night. I've been working as a park ranger for over 12 years now, mostly in the remote backcountry sections of national parks that tourists either don't know about or don't bother to visit. The kind of areas that don't have paved roads, where you don't see another human being for days at a time. I like that kind of work. It gives me space to think. Quiet, predictable patterns. No traffic, no phones. Just the weather, the land, and whatever lives on it. It was late August when the park assigned me to a fire watch post in the northern boundary of the park. This was a lesser traveled sector, mostly forested ridges and dry valleys that fed into old cattle land. We had been dealing with dry lightning storms and high winds for days, and the brass wanted someone to hike out to a remote fire tower and stay there for a week or more, just to keep eyes on things until the weather broke. I had no problem doing it. In fact, I volunteered. That part of the park was about as far from people as you could get, and I welcomed that kind of solitude. The tower hadn't been used in over 2 years. The last guy that got sent there had an accident on the trail, broke his wrist falling off a loose ledge, and had to be airlifted out. After that, the park just kept the place in minimal maintenance rotation. They'd send someone out once or twice a year to check the structure for damage and stock it with some supplies, food, batteries, fire maps, a wind meter, stuff like that. But it hadn't been manned full-time in a long while. I left the station just after sunrise, carrying a 70-pound pack full of gear, food, and enough water to last me until I could boil creek water. The hike was nearly 11 miles uphill through old-growth forest, tight switchbacks, and dry gullies full of loose rock. By the time I reached the fire tower, it was close to sunset, and my legs felt like they were filled with wet cement. The tower itself was in decent shape. The wood was aged but dry and intact. The steel underframe had rust, but nothing structural. There was a hand-cranked radio on the table, a wind vane bolted to the roof, and a half-dozen maps pinned to the walls. The bed was a stiff cot with a wool blanket, and the outhouse was 20 yards down the hill, hidden by dense pine. It was the kind of place you settled into quickly without asking too many questions. That first night, the wind came down the mountain like it had a purpose. Gusts would rattle the tower, so hard I'd feel the vibration through the floor. I've stayed in towers during worse storms, but there was something about this one that felt different. I kept waking up, not because of fear, just this uneasy tension in my chest. Like I was forgetting something important. Like I wasn't supposed to be sleeping. I spent the next 2 days doing routine tower work, logging weather conditions, checking wind speeds, making hourly scans for smoke with the binoculars. Everything was normal. The woods below were still, sunlit in the day, pitch black at night. No human tracks in the dirt, no fires, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. The only real work I had was on the second day, when a small windstorm blew one of the tower's outer shutters loose. I had to go out and reattach in high wind, which was more annoying than dangerous. On the third night, I had a hard time falling asleep, not because of noise or anything obvious, but because I kept noticing something strange each time I looked out the windows. The shadows in the treetops seemed deeper than normal. That sounds stupid, I know, but you spend enough years alone in the forest, and your eyes get used to the way shadows move when the moon hits them. This was different. The trees weren't moving. They weren't swaying like they should in the wind. They just stood still, frozen stiff, as if something was holding them in place. I chalked it up to nerves, maybe even some mild altitude sickness. The elevation wasn't high, but enough to mess with your sleep patterns if you weren't used to it. I made a mental note to drink more water and maybe get to bed earlier the next night. By the fourth day, I started seeing signs that someone else had been nearby. About a quarter mile down the slope, I found a boot print that wasn't mine. Fresh, still sharp in the dust. A hiking boot with a narrow heel and a split in the sole. I wear size 12, and this was smaller, maybe a 9 or 10. That wasn't impossible, but this part of the park wasn't near any trails, and I hadn't seen a single sign of human activity in the 3 days I'd been there. Not a footprint, not a campsite, not a broken twig. Nothing. I looked around, scanned the ground, circled the area slowly. That one print was all I found. Just the one. Like someone had dropped out of the sky, stood there for a minute and vanished. Back at the tower, I tried a radio in to see if any maintenance or survey teams were working in the area. I turned the hand crank, adjusted the antenna, and ran through all 5 open frequencies we use for internal park comms. No reply. Static on every channel. That wasn't unusual either. These old towers didn't have great reception, but it didn't help the uneasiness building in my gut. I ate cold beans out of a can and went to bed early, telling myself again it was just nerves. That night, I woke up with my mouth completely dry and the distinct feeling that something was outside the tower. I didn't hear anything at first. No footsteps, no breathing, no movement. Just a feeling like I was being watched through the window. I sat up slowly and waited, heart pounding. My flashlight was under the cot, but I didn't want to turn it on. I didn't want to move at all. After a few minutes of silence, I stood and walked quietly to the window. At first, I didn't see anything. The forest looked like it always did at night. Black layers of pine, a few bright stars, no moon. Then, just before I turned away, I saw something shift in the shadows below. I squinted. There was a shape, upright, narrow, about 50 feet away, just beyond the base of the stairs. It wasn't moving, not walking or swaying, just standing there. I stayed at the window for 20 minutes, but the shape never moved. Eventually, I convinced myself it was probably a broken tree trunk. Maybe a scorched snag I hadn't noticed earlier. Trees can take strange shapes in low light. That's what I told myself anyway. The next morning, I hiked down to the spot. There was no tree, no trunk, no sign of anything that could have made that shape. But in the dirt at the bottom of the stairs was another boot print. Same tread, same heel split. Still just one print. Still no others. From that moment, I started keeping my pack loaded at all times. I didn't care how long I was scheduled to stay. If something happened and I needed to leave in 5 minutes, I was going to be ready. I also started sleeping during the day and staying awake through the night. That part of the forest no longer felt right after sundown. On the 5th night, I saw the shape again. Closer this time, 30 feet from the tower, still just standing there. Not moving, not shifting, just watching. That's when it hit me. Whoever this was, they weren't making a sound. That was the part that scared me the most. No sticks breaking underfoot, no breathing, no movement, just complete silence. Animals don't do that. People don't either. You make noise when you move through the forest. Even if you're trying to be quiet, you make something. A rustle, a crunch, a sniff, something. But this thing, whoever or whatever it was, stood there as if the earth itself had placed it there. I didn't sleep that night. By the 6th day, I was down to a gallon of water and maybe 4 meals left in my food cache. I could have stretched it a few more days, but my nerves were shot, and I had a bad gut feeling something was going to happen that night. So I made a decision. At 3 p.m., I packed everything I could carry, locked the tower, and started hiking down the East Ridge. I didn't call in. The radio hadn't worked in days. I didn't leave a note. I figured they'd figure it out when I didn't check in. The hike was about 10 miles, and I made it 6 before the sun dropped behind the hills. I didn't want to hike in the dark, but I didn't want to stop either. Something inside me kept whispering that I wasn't alone. About an hour after sunset, I heard movement in the brush about 40 yards behind me. I stopped walking. The noise stopped. I started walking again. So did it. I changed pace, moved faster, then slower. The steps behind me matched every time. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't an animal. It was tracking me, step for step, shadow for shadow. I picked up my pace and didn't stop again. I hiked through the night, stumbling through dry creek beds and dense pine stands until my legs barely worked. When I finally reached the old Ranger Road at the base of the slope, it was near dawn. That's where I found the last boot print, dead center in the dirt road. Same tread, same heel. That's also where I passed out. I woke up 2 hours later with ants crawling on my hand and the morning sun baking my back. I walked the last mile to the main station and filed my report. I didn't include the part about the prints, or the shape in the woods, or the silent movement. I said the radio failed, that I ran low on supplies and hiked out early. That's it. They didn't ask questions. No one really wanted to go out there and check anyway. 2 weeks later, a maintenance team went up to the tower to recover supplies and restock it for future use. I asked the crew leader afterward if they'd found anything strange. He said the place was in good shape. Nothing missing, nothing damaged, except for one thing. Near the base of the tower, they found a single boot print in the dirt. I've worked in different parks over the last 15 years, but this one, Elk Valley Reserve in western Montana, is the one that left the deepest mark on me. It's not the biggest or the most scenic park, not the kind of place you'd see on postcards. Just forest, hills, creeks, and a few old cabins spread out across a wide wilderness. The kind of place that doesn't attract crowds, and that's exactly why I was stationed there. Fewer people, fewer problems. That's what I told myself. The park didn't have any cell towers. The only reliable communication was a long-range radio in the station's main cabin. We used a logbook for visitors, kept emergency maps in weatherproof bins, and checked trail cameras once a week. Every month, we'd hike out and refill supplies in remote ranger stations or check on old trapper shacks still left standing on the edges of the forest. Most of the year, I patrolled solo, just me in a pickup, a rifle locked behind the seat, and a week's worth of food in the back. The trouble started in late September, a few years ago. The air had that early bite of fall, the kind that made the pine needles brittle under your boots. The animals were moving differently, faster, more frantic. The deer would bolt before I was even close. I saw elk herds gathering in tighter groups, more nervous than usual. That should have tipped me off something was wrong. I thought it was the weather changing. That's what I told myself back then. One morning, I hiked up a service trail to check an old fire tower that hadn't been used in years. It was mostly for structural checks, making sure it wasn't going to collapse and hurt some backwoods hiker who thought it'd be fun to climb it. The hike took me about 3 hours up a sharp ridge that didn't get much sun. No other prints in the dirt but mine. When I reached the tower, I noticed something strange. The door to the shack at the top was unlatched. It was a heavy metal latch, the kind you had to slide into place. I remembered locking it the last time I was there about 2 months earlier. The hatch creaked when I opened it, and I climbed up the last bit of ladder, feeling the cold metal through my gloves. Inside, it smelled like urine and rot. There were muddy prints on the wooden floor. Not boots, barefoot. Human, but not recent. Old blood, dark and flaked, marked one corner near a rusted metal desk. There was no sign of anyone. Nothing fresh. I radioed it in, just in case. My supervisor told me to document everything and head back. The next day, we sent a crew up there. They didn't find anything new. They scrubbed it down, logged it, and that was that. A week later, I started getting flag alerts from one of the trail cameras we had set up miles north, near an old creek bed that had mostly dried up. The camera caught motion late at night. A figure, tall and hunched, walking through the trees. The images were grainy, blurry. The infrared barely caught anything clearly. No clothes, no gear. Just a person, thin, moving low to the ground like they were crawling half the time. It wasn't a bear. Wasn't a cougar. Wasn't anything that should have been moving like that. I hiked out the next morning to check the area. No trails, no footprints. Just broken brush and an old half-eaten carcass of a deer. The ribs clean like something had been gnawing on it for hours. There were no marks from teeth I recognized. I took photos, sent them in, and they told me it was probably a mountain lion. But I've seen lion kills. This was different. No drag marks, no signs of a struggle. 2 nights later, I was sleeping in the main ranger cabin. It's a 1-story wooden building with a tin roof and a small porch about a quarter mile from the road. No one was out there but me. Around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up to a noise. A tapping sound on the wall near the back of the cabin. At first, I thought it was a branch, but the rhythm wasn't random. It was slow, steady. 5 taps, pause, 5 more. Then nothing. Then again. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. Cold air, quiet woods, nothing unusual. I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the corners. Nothing was there, but I found small indentations under the back window. Toes. Human toes. Someone had been standing there, barefoot, in the cold, tapping on the wall. The forest was dead silent that night. No crickets, no wind, just the noise of my boots on the frozen ground. I walked the edge of the trees for a while, then went back in. I didn't sleep after that. I started patrolling further out each day, hiking deeper into the hills, checking every trail camera. Some had been torn down, ripped clean off the trees. The straps were shredded, not cut. The batteries were scattered on the ground. I found more of those same prints near the camera spots. Barefoot, always barefoot. I asked for backup. They sent another ranger out for a few days. We split up, checked the northern boundaries of the park. He didn't see anything. I didn't either. He left, and I was alone again. By mid-October, the trees were losing their leaves fast. Visibility in the woods got better, but the feeling out there got worse. I always felt like I was being watched. I don't mean that lightly. I've had animals stalk me before. Cougars, even a bear once. But this was different. I never saw movement, just a pressure in the air. That feeling on your neck when you know something is watching you. One morning, I was doing a supply check near an old trapper cabin we hadn't used in years. The door was broken off the hinges, fallen into the dirt. Inside, something had been living there. Nesting almost. Piles of animal fur, bones arranged in small stacks, like someone had been collecting pieces. The place reeked. In the corner, I found part of a jacket sleeve. A park issued one. Same type we wore. We ran a check. No missing rangers. No lost hikers reported. The nearest park boundary was over 50 miles away. It didn't make sense. That night, I locked every window in the cabin and slept with the rifle next to the bed. I kept hearing noises in the woods. Not animals. Movement that stopped when I stopped. I turned on the floodlight at the back of the cabin. It reached the tree line, but nothing moved. Then the generator cut out. The light went off. Total darkness. I stayed inside till morning. When I checked the generator, I found the gas line cut. Clean slice. Knife work. Not animal. Human. I called it in. They told me they'd send someone out again. They didn't. Said it was probably a vandal. Told me to keep an eye out. The final week before I left, I hiked out to check the water levels near one of the deep creek basins. It was a full-day hike out there. No trails. Just game paths and rough rock. I brought a tent, planned to stay overnight. I set up camp on a slope above the basin. Around dusk, I heard something moving in the ravine below. I stayed still, watching through the brush. I saw a figure crawling on all fours fast. Too fast. It moved like a spider, its limbs wrong, too long for a normal person. It stopped at the edge of the creek and hunched over. I couldn't see clearly, but it was eating something. I backed away, slowly, heart pounding. I didn't make a sound, but somehow it turned its head, fast like it sensed me. I didn't stay to find out more. I packed up what I could and started hiking back in the dark, moving without a light. I didn't stop until I reached the cabin. Hours later, soaked in sweat. I filed a report, wrote down everything. I told them I wasn't staying out there alone anymore. They told me to take a few days off. They sent 2 rangers to replace me. I never heard what they found, or if they found anything at all. But 3 weeks later, the park was closed for seasonal maintenance. It stayed closed for 5 months. I transferred to a different park after that. I never went back to Elk Valley. I still have dreams about the trail cameras, about the figure in the woods. I still wonder if it was a person out there, someone who'd gone feral, lost their mind, living off the land in a way none of us understood. Or if it was something else. Not supernatural, just something wild. Something we don't have a name for. All I know is it was real. The prints were real. The broken cameras, the slashed gas line, the torn up cabin. All of it. And sometimes when I camp in a new place, deep in the backcountry, I see those prints again. Just once. Just faint. But I know what they are. And I pack up before the sun goes down. Every single time. I've worked as a park ranger for close to 16 years now. That's a long time to walk alone through endless trails, to listen to the wind whisper through trees, and to watch the behavior of animals that don't know what a clock is. It's a quiet life, one filled with routine and repetition, but I prefer that. No phones ringing, no traffic, no offices. Just dirt under my boots and the endless expanse of green and stone stretching out in all directions. But this one patrol changed something in me. Not on the outside, not in a way people could see. It's like my mind took a step off a ledge and hasn't quite landed. I still work, still walk those same trails, but I don't sleep the same. I don't listen to the wind the same. And I never, ever ignore my gut anymore. It was last August when I got assigned to check a remote section of Backwater Ridge. It's a part of the national forest that's way out there, 35 miles from the nearest ranger station, only reachable by an old access road we barely maintain. Not many visitors go out there, just hardcore hikers or hunters who know the area. Even they stay away most of the time since there's nothing out there except trees, steep ridges, and a scattering of old fire roads from the logging days. There had been a report of illegal campsites or maybe a squatter situation. A small private plane flying over the region had seen smoke coming from near the mouth of a narrow valley. Nothing big, not like a wildfire, but something consistent enough to draw attention. With the fire danger high that season, I was sent to check it out and shut it down if it was some idiot trying to live off-grid with a fire pit. I left the ranger station early in the morning in a modified Jeep we keep for rough backcountry terrain. I had enough fuel, water, and supplies to last me 3 days. That's how long I was told to be out there. Just scout the area, take GPS notes, check for signs of people, and report back. The first few hours were easy. The sun was out, and the road, though rutted and overgrown in parts, was manageable. I stopped a couple of times to clear fallen branches and even saw some bear tracks cutting across the gravel, but nothing unusual. Around midday, I reached the end of the access road, where a metal gate blocked further vehicle travel. Beyond that, it was hiking only. I loaded my pack, locked the Jeep behind the gate, and started walking. The terrain out there was dense, and the incline was brutal in spots. No real trails existed beyond a faint game path, and the air felt thick with heat. I moved slowly, keeping my eyes open for smoke, footprints, anything that might show someone had been there recently. Around 4 in the afternoon, I reached a high ridge where I could see down into the valley. That's when I saw it, faint gray wisps curling up above the tree line, maybe a mile and a half down. It wasn't much, but it was steady. Someone was out there. I made a mental note of the direction and started heading down the slope toward the source. It took me another 2 hours to get close. By then, the sun was lower and the shadows were starting to stretch out long across the forest floor. I moved carefully, staying downwind and keeping quiet, just in case whoever was out there didn't want to be found. I finally saw the camp from behind a thick patch of undergrowth. It was small, just a tarp strung between 2 trees, a makeshift fire ring, and some gear scattered around. Nobody was there at the moment, but the fire was still smoldering, and there was a dented pot resting on a flat rock nearby. I walked into the camp slowly, announcing myself like I was trained to do, but I didn't hear a reply. I checked around and found a backpack leaned against a tree, partially unzipped. Inside were cans of food, a small hatchet, some clothes, and a few handwritten notes on paper. The writing was messy, just words and numbers, possibly a journal. Most of it didn't make sense. Phrases like woke up too early again, or sounds every night, 3 short clicks, and moving west, must be watching. It was all scattered, disjointed, like someone writing while half asleep or in a rush. I found a trail leading away from the camp, fresh boot prints in the dirt, maybe a few hours old. They went north, deeper into the valley. I should have waited, maybe set up a watch or radioed back to base, but curiosity got the better of me. I followed the prints. That trail led me downhill into a narrow gorge where light barely reached the ground. The air felt cooler there, damp, and filled with the sound of trickling water. I kept expecting to hear movement ahead, but it was dead silent. No birds, no squirrels, just the crunch of my boots and the occasional creak of trees shifting in the wind. I followed those prints for almost another mile. Then they just stopped. Right at the edge of a dry creek bed, the tracks simply ended. No turnoff, no change in the soil, just vanished. I circled the area, looking for more, but it was like the person had disappeared into the ground. I felt a strange tightness in my chest then, like something was wrong and I hadn't seen it yet. I turned back toward the camp, moving quickly. The shadows were deep now, and I didn't want to be out there in the dark. But the moment I turned around, I noticed something odd. The trees behind me weren't where I thought they should be. That dry creek bed looked different. I thought I had just come down a gentle slope, but now there was no incline behind me. It was flat, almost like the forest had shifted when I wasn't looking. I tried to retrace my steps, but kept ending up back at the same place. I even marked a tree with my knife and walked in a straight line. 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of the same tree, same mark. I wasn't panicking yet, but I was sweating harder and my hand was starting to tremble. Eventually, I decided to just head back in the direction of the smoke, using my compass and GPS. But the GPS wouldn't connect, just blinking, searching for satellites. I tapped it, turned it off and on, nothing. The compass spun slightly but then settled. I followed it west, trusting my instincts. It took me nearly 2 hours to get back to the campsite, but when I reached the spot, everything was gone. The tarp, the fire ring, the gear, it was all gone. Just bare ground and a few broken branches where I remembered the setup being. I looked around, thinking maybe I'd somehow ended up in the wrong clearing, but it was the same spot. The same boulder, the same downlog. The only difference was that it looked like nobody had been there in years. I stood there for a long time, just trying to make sense of it. I knew I'd seen that camp. I'd opened that backpack, read the papers. I hadn't imagined that. I set my own camp nearby, just a sleeping pad and bivy sack. I didn't want to stay there, but it was too late and dark to move on. I kept a fire going all night and held the flare gun in my hand while I sat awake, listening. I thought I heard footsteps once, very faint, far off through the trees, but nothing came close. The next morning, I packed up at first light and started hiking back toward the Jeep. I didn't stop for breaks. I just wanted to get out. The GPS still didn't work until I was about halfway back to the access road, and then it came back online like nothing had happened. When I reached the Jeep, I checked the time. I'd only been out there for a day and a half, but it felt like a week. When I got back to the ranger station, I filed my report. I wrote it all down, just as it happened, left out the part about the camp vanishing and the forest feeling like it changed. I just said I found signs of illegal camping, but no individuals present, and the camp was abandoned when I arrived. That was all I wrote officially, but something stayed with me. 2 weeks later, I started having trouble sleeping. Not nightmares, just this feeling that someone was standing outside my cabin at night. I checked but never saw anything. No tracks, no damage. Just that same feeling like something was too close. I went back out there once more, a month later. I had to see if it was still there, if I could find anything. I followed the same route, reached the same ridge, and looked down into that valley. No smoke this time. Nothing. But as I walked down, I found something new. About 100 yards from where the original camp had been, I found a pile of stones, maybe 3 feet high. Someone had clearly stacked them with care. At the base of the stones was a piece of torn cloth and a small, rusted knife, just sitting there. I didn't touch it. I didn't go near it. I just stared for a long time. That was the last time I went to that part of the park. I never got answers about who was out there or what happened to that camp. It could have been a squatter who moved on, or was someone running from something. Maybe someone with a survivalist mindset who didn't want to be found. But the way the trail ended, the way my GPS stopped working, the vanishing camp, all of it felt wrong in a way I can't explain. Not supernatural, just wrong. Like I had stepped into a place I wasn't supposed to be. Somewhere old, untouched, and angry. These days, I stick to the main trails. I still do patrols, still do my job, but I don't go looking for smoke in valleys anymore. If a report comes in from deep in the backcountry, I let someone else handle it. I've had enough of the quiet places that feel like they're watching you back. And every now and then, when I'm out alone and the wind shifts just right, I swear I can smell that same campfire smoke again. Just faint, just enough to make me stop walking and listen real close. But I never follow it. Not anymore. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 10 years now. Most of my time has been spent in different parts of the Northwest, where the forests stretch so wide you can go days without seeing another soul if you don't want to. I've dealt with lost hikers, animal attacks, weather emergencies, and once even a guy who tried to fake his death deep in the woods to dodge court. So I'm used to things going sideways now and then. But what happened 3 summers ago on a solo patrol in northern Idaho was different. And I think about it almost every day, especially when the wind dies and the woods get too quiet. It started in July, right in the middle of fire season. Everything was dry. The kind of dry where your lips chap even if you just stepped out of your truck, and the underbrush crunches beneath your boots like stale cereal. The higher-ups had me doing fire watch in a remote section of the national forest near the Montana border. It was a rugged area, mostly deep forest broken up by rocky ridges and some old, overgrown fire roads that barely counted as passable. Most folks don't go back there unless they're serious backpackers, and even then it's rare. There aren't any established trails, just old survey lines and topo maps, so faded you've got to squint at them in the sun. The cabin they stationed me in was one of those old 1960s fire lookouts. Perched right on the spine of a ridge, it gave me a good view across several valleys. No power, no cell reception, just a wind-up radio for check-ins, a cot, a wood stove, and some solar-powered lights that flickered like birthday candles. I had a field truck parked at the bottom of the access road, but the cabin was only reachable by foot, about a 4-mile hike up a steep grade with switchbacks and brush thick enough to scratch your shins through your pants. My assignment was basic: patrol the surrounding areas twice a day, keep watch for smoke plumes, and report in every evening on the shortwave. It was dull, lonely work, but I didn't mind. I like the solitude. Most rangers do, even the ones who say they don't. The first week went by without anything out of the ordinary. Saw a few elk, a black bear raiding an old fire pit, dropped some salt blocks near a known mineral lick to track wildlife. I had a routine: wake at sunrise, hike the eastern slopes before the heat kicked in, return to the lookout for lunch and rest, then patrol the western ridges before sunset. The days were hot and dry, the nights cool and eerily quiet. No people, no lights, just the forest and whatever passed through it. It was on the 8th day that I found the first pile. I was hiking the southern face of a low ridge, maybe 2 miles from the lookout. It was a hard slope, nothing but loose rock and small trees. The ground there doesn't get much sun, so the soil is thin and the moss grows thick in patches. I was picking my way down toward a small ravine when I noticed something that didn't belong. It was a mound of stones. Not natural. It was too round, too uniform. Someone had taken time to stack them. Flat river stones, heavy ones, arranged carefully into a dome. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a small trash can turn upside down. I figured it could have been a cairn or an old campsite marker, though it didn't sit along any known trail. Still, I logged the coordinates and took a photo with my work camera. I didn't touch it, didn't feel a need to. I've seen stranger things left behind in the woods, everything from bone piles to tattered, sleeping bags buried under brush. People do weird things out here sometimes. I moved on and didn't think much of it until 2 days later when I found a second pile. This one was deeper into the forest, farther from the first. It looked almost exactly the same. Same stones, same shape. Only this one had something beneath it. The edge of a dirty blue tarp was sticking out from under the pile. It was torn and stiff, probably from sun and time, and I could see old leaves and pine needles clinging to the corners. It didn't look fresh, but something about it made my scalp tighten. I crouched down, used a stick to pry at one of the top stones. It was heavier than it looked. Underneath, more stones packed tightly together. I dug down slowly, maybe 3 layers deep, until I reached the tarp. The smell hit me before I uncovered anything else. Rotten, sour, like wet meat and mildew. I stopped, took a long step back, and stood there breathing through my mouth. Something had died under there, or was buried. I backed off and marked the location. I didn't carry a sat phone. Most of us don't in these kinds of details, but I knew I could report it at the evening check-in. It might have just been an animal someone buried, maybe a poacher trying to hide illegal kills. But something about it didn't sit right with me. People don't go out of their way to bury animals that far into the backcountry. Not under piles like that. I hiked back faster than normal. I kept looking over my shoulder like something was watching, though I didn't hear a thing. That night, I tried to raise base on the shortwave, but got nothing but static. The battery unit had been acting up for a few days. I fiddled with the wires, repositioned the antenna, even climbed to the roof to extend the range, but nothing worked. I made a note to hike down to the truck in the morning and radio in from there. When I finally got through the next day, they told me to sit tight and wait for a wildlife team to come inspect the site. They said they'd send someone up in 3 days. So I waited, kept patrolling, kept finding more piles. Each one was just like the last, stacked stones tightly packed like miniature burial mounds. Some had bits of fabric or cord sticking out. One had a glove, stiff with weather and age, half frozen under the rock. Another had a half-buried boot. The strangest part was that none of the piles were fresh. They looked old, weathered. Moss had started to grow on some of them. Pine needles packed into the cracks like mortar. But I hadn't seen any of them in my first week out there, and I'd hiked many of those same routes. It was like they'd appeared overnight, or I'd somehow missed them despite walking right by. By the time the third day came, I had found 6 piles. I hadn't touched any of them after the second. I didn't want to. I just marked them on my map and kept moving. The team never showed. I tried to shortwave again, but got no answer. The next morning, I packed up early and hiked down to my truck. The sun hadn't even crested the ridge when I got there. When I turned the key, nothing happened. The battery was dead. All the tires were still there. No signs of tampering. No damage. Just dead. I popped the hood and checked the connections. Looked fine. I don't know enough about engines to say what went wrong, but it felt wrong. Like someone had drained it on purpose. I hiked back up to the cabin. I had enough supplies to last another week or 2 if I rationed, but the idea of staying there much longer didn't feel right anymore. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds out in the woods, snapping branches, distant thuds like someone was dropping logs off the ridge. I kept checking the windows, but I couldn't see anything. No lights, no movement, just forest. In the morning, I decided to go east down toward the old Forest Service road that hadn't been used in years. It was rough, barely more than a scar through the trees, but I knew it connected to another access point about 12 miles out. I figured I could hike it in a day if I moved fast. I packed light, just food, water, my GPS, and a sidearm. The road was worse than I remembered. Down trees, washed out sections, overgrowth like claws on every side. I had to bushwhack more than I walked. By late afternoon, I was only halfway there, feet blistered and legs shaking. But I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to camp out there, not after everything I'd seen. That's when I found the camp. It was just off the road, maybe 30 yards into the brush. I saw the tarp first, faded red and sagging like a deflated tent. There was a fire pit, cold and filled with rainwater, and a circle of gear, old boots, torn backpacks, a rusty lantern. The place looked abandoned. I checked around, calling out even though I knew nobody was there. One of the backpacks had an ID card still inside. Some guy from Oregon. Name and face I didn't recognize. The card was faded and brittle, like it had been out there for months. There was also a journal, soaked and falling apart. I could only read a few pages. Most of it was rambling. The last page that wasn't smudged just said, they stacked them at night. I don't know what happened to me after that. Maybe something in my brain just snapped. I dropped the journal, turned around, and walked. I didn't even care where. I just needed to get out. I walked until I couldn't feel my legs anymore. When it got dark, I kept walking. By the time I made it to a ranger station 2 days later, I was 30 miles from where I was supposed to be. I'd lost 10 pounds, was dehydrated, and had dozens of cuts and bruises. They took me to a hospital. I told them what I saw. An investigation team went back up 2 weeks later. They didn't find any piles. The coordinates I gave them showed nothing. They found the old camp, but no journal, no ID card. Just a few scraps of plastic and a collapsed tarp. They told me I'd had some kind of breakdown. That isolation can do strange things to your mind. That dehydration and stress mess with memory. But I know what I saw. I still have the map with the marked locations. Still have the photo of the first stone pile, printed and buried in the back of my closet. Every now and then, when I'm out in the woods again, I catch sight of something through the trees. Just a shape, low to the ground. Round. Unnatural. I don't invent. I've been a park ranger for about 16 years now. Most of it has been the usual stuff, checking permits, making rounds, clearing trails, and helping out lost hikers who wandered off the path trying to chase phone signals or take selfies near cliffs. But there's one week in my career that I think about a lot more than the rest. One week out in the San Juan National Forest in Colorado, where something happened that I've never been able to fully explain. Not because it was supernatural or anything, but because it was too real, too human, and too simple to ever feel finished. This happened about 9 years ago. I've been assigned to patrol a remote part of the San Juan Range for a stretch of 10 days. It was late August, right at the tail end of the high season. The fire warnings were moderate, the air was dry, but not dangerously so, and most of the summer traffic had started to slow down. I actually like getting these kinds of assignments. There's a kind of peace in being far from the main roads, setting up a backcountry base camp, and just hiking and monitoring a zone where hardly anyone goes unless they really know what they're doing. I was set to work alone for most of the week. We do carry radios and satellite phones for emergency contact, and I was due to check in every morning at 0700 and every evening at 1900. My assigned area was a roughly 20-mile square block of mountainous terrain, including a couple of alpine lakes, some high ridge lines, and a lot of forested valleys. There were 2 known trail routes crossing through the area, both old Forest Service roads, barely maintained anymore. I parked my Ranger truck about 6 miles in, where the dirt road started turning to rock, and loaded up my gear. I packed a canvas tent, sleeping pad, food for 10 days, bare canisters, maps, and my GPS unit. I had 2 knives, a revolver I rarely ever needed, and a field notebook. The plan was simple. Set up a base camp around the center of the patrol zone, hike loops every day, log weather conditions, check for signs of illegal hunting, and make sure nobody was camping off limits or started fires. For the first couple days, things went smoothly. The area was beautiful. Moss-covered stones in the creek beds, yellowing aspens up on the slopes, and some of the clearest stars I've ever seen at night. The nights were cold, but manageable. I moved slow and steady through the terrain, logging elk tracks, some bear scat, and a couple broken branches that looked like old storm damage. I didn't see a single person out there. Nothing odd. But on the 4th day, something started to bother me. I was hiking along the northern edge of my assigned area, near an unnamed creek that fed into a larger river basin farther east. I'd taken a deer trail off the main Forest Service route to check a dense cluster of fir trees that looked like a good spot for someone to illegally set up camp or stash gear. As I came around a bend, I saw something out of place. It was just a tree at first, but the bark had been stripped off about 5 feet up the trunk. I figured it was an elk rubbing its antlers. Normal behavior, but then I saw what looked like a knife cut running down the side. Clean, straight, almost like someone had shaved a long stripe down the trunk with a blade. I didn't think much of it then. Could have been a hiker messing around, or even an old mark left behind by a survey team. Still, I took a picture with my camera, logged the coordinates, and moved on. An hour later, farther up the ridge, I found something else. A small pile of stones stacked in a deliberate cone shape, about knee-high, sitting right in the middle of a narrow clearing. Now that was weird. Stone piles aren't totally unheard of. Hikers may cairn sometimes, but this wasn't marking any trail. It was way off the path. The rocks were too clean, too recently moved. No moss, no dirt, and around the base were a couple of broken branches arranged in a circle, like someone had tried to build a tiny barrier around it. I took a few more pictures, made some notes, and kept walking. By the time I got back to camp that night, I felt unsettled. Nothing dramatic had happened, but the pattern was off. There was no reason for anyone to be building rock piles out here. It was too deep in the forest, too far from marked trails. and it hadn't rained recently, so the ground should have been dusty. But around that rock pile, it had looked stirred up, like someone had swept the area clean with branches. Again, no big red flags, just a feeling that things weren't quite right. The next morning, I went east toward a higher ridgeline that overlooked a series of switchbacks and an old game trail. I hadn't gone that way yet, and I figured I'd check for more signs of off-trail campers. About a mile into the climb, I started noticing things again. Another tree stripped of bark, then a log dragged across a trail like someone had tried to block it. Half-heartedly, not enough to stop a person, but enough to suggest that maybe someone didn't want to be followed. It was around noon when I found what I now call the platform. There was a narrow, rocky path that curved behind a hill. Just off the slope, hidden in a thick cluster of pine and spruce, I saw something that didn't belong. A flat surface made from lashed-together branches, raised about 3 feet off the ground by stones and logs. It looked almost like a bench, but with no backrest. Just a platform about 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, built with a strange kind of care. Too rough to be comfortable, too clean to be natural. There was nothing on it, no sleeping bag, no tarp. But near the back edge, pressed into the dirt, was the outline of a shoe print. I crouched and studied it. Size 10 or 11. Lug sole like a work boot. And fresh, maybe a day old at most. That was when I felt the first true sense of unease. Not just nerves, real unease. Someone had been out here. Someone who didn't want to be seen, who had taken time to build something, and who hadn't registered with the ranger station. I radioed in that afternoon and logged the location, then moved my base camp closer to the western edge of the zone. I didn't sleep well that night. On day 6, I hiked back toward the platform to take more photos and look for additional tracks. The platform was still there, undisturbed. But this time I noticed something else. Higher up, about 10 feet off the ground, wedged between 2 tree trunks, was what looked like a length of black cord or rope. I climbed up to check it and found a small plastic bag tied to the branch. Inside the bag was a folded map. Not a new one, an old Forest Service topo map, crumpled and slightly torn. But it had markings on it. Hand-drawn lines in red ink tracing a route from the road where I'd parked my truck to the platform. Then beyond it, up into an area outside of my current patrol zone. A sharp red X was drawn on the far edge of the map, near a dead zone where the GPS wouldn't work and satellite coverage was poor. I took the map. I don't know why I didn't leave it where it was. Maybe I thought it was evidence of someone planning a poaching route. Or maybe it just freaked me out. Either way, I packed it up and hiked out fast. That night, I heard something near my tent. Not animals, footsteps. Heavy, slow steps on dry pine needles, maybe 50 yards away, moving in a circle around my camp. I killed my light, stayed low, and didn't move. The steps stopped after about 10 minutes. I didn't sleep at all. Day 7, I broke camp before dawn and started hiking toward the marked X on the map. It took me almost 8 hours to get there. The path was steep, overgrown, and filled with loose shale. No trail, just direction. I moved carefully, checking for signs of fresh movement. Just before dusk, I reached the area marked on the map. It was a flat hollow surrounded by boulders, deep in a gulch with only one narrow entrance. At the center was a shallow depression filled with old ash and burned wood. Not a recent fire, but not ancient either. Maybe a few weeks old. Around the edge were bones. Dozens of them. Deer, elk, maybe even smaller animals. Picked clean. Some cracked open. But what caught my eye wasn't the bones. It was the smell. Not of rot, but of chemical cleaner. Faint, but there. Out of place in the middle of the forest. I took photos of everything. Bagged a few bones. Then I saw something else, half buried under a fallen log. A plastic storage tub, cracked open. Inside was a roll of black tarp, some rope, and a stained backpack. The backpack had a name stitched on it. I recognized the name. It was from a missing person case filed earlier that summer. A solo hiker, mid-30s, vanished near the edge of this same forest. Never found. Officially presumed to have left the area or died from exposure. I didn't touch anything else. I backed out slow, hiked until dark, and made a temporary shelter high in the rocks. I checked in the next morning and requested immediate extraction. A chopper picked me up on day 9. I filed my full report, turned over the bones, the map, the backpack, and the GPS logs. Search teams went in a week later and found more remains, more campsites. But they never found a person. No suspect. No confirmed sightings. Whoever had been out there was either long gone or had buried themselves deep enough that even the dogs couldn't track them. To this day, I don't know who built those platforms or why they marked that map. Maybe it was a poacher, maybe a survivalist who snapped, maybe something worse. But what haunts me is how close I was. How many hours I spent walking the same trails, unaware that someone was watching me. Because they were. I know they were. The footsteps weren't. I've been working as a park ranger in Utah for almost 9 years now. Most of it spent covering a wide and fairly remote section of Canyonland backcountry. The terrain is dry, rocky, and unforgiving. The kind of place where GPS signals go missing and people vanish without doing anything wrong. The park is beautiful in its own rough way. Red cliffs stretching high into the sky. Canyons so deep the bottom looks like a painting, and sun that turns everything a glowing gold right before it drops below the ridgeline. That stretch of the park I'm assigned isn't known for its crowds. You get the occasional backpacker or off-grid hiker who knows how to survive in that kind of landscape, but otherwise it's quiet. And I like it that way. I'm not one for noise or people. Give me a few dry meals, a pack full of water, and a working radio, and I can go days without seeing another soul. This happened 2 years ago in mid-September, the time of year when things start to cool off just a bit, and you get these long, quiet nights where the whole desert seems to breathe slow and easy. I had been doing a 5-day patrol loop through the northern edge of the park, a place that's mostly jeep trail and sandstone ridgelines, with maybe 1 or 2 small campgrounds that don't get much use. My patrol truck was parked at the ranger station on the south end, and I'd made the trip on foot with a pack. It's not the fastest way to move, but it's the only way to get to some of the spots where people have gotten lost in the past. That week, I hadn't seen a single hiker or any signs of campers. No fire pits, no footprints, no tire tracks. Just me, the scrub brush, and the lizards darting between rocks. On the third night, I camped at a place we call Flat Ridge. It's a natural shelf that sticks out over a long drop into a canyon. Not the kind of spot you take a family picnic to, but it gives you a wide view of everything. That night, I set up my sleeping pad under a low rock outcrop and settled in early. The stars were out full, and the desert was quiet in that way that makes it feel like time doesn't really move. I fell asleep easily enough, but woke up around 2 a.m. with this strange, tight feeling in my chest. Not panic, exactly. More like a deep awareness that something was off. I sat up slowly listening. There were no animals moving, no wind, nothing. Just silence. Sometimes silence like that in the desert means a predator's nearby, or means nothing at all. I turned on my headlamp and scanned the ridge. Everything looked the same. My pack was where I left it, water bottles still stacked next to it. I walked a few feet away from camp to take a leak, then stood staring out over the canyon for a minute. The moon was high and bright, and from that height, I could see shadows moving as the wind touched low shrubs below. But it was still quiet. I went back to my pad, lay down, and tried to sleep again. By morning, I'd forgotten about the weird feeling. I packed up, checked the nearby trails for prints, then continued north along a dry wash that leads to a series of old mining roads. It's a rough route, barely more than a faint line in the dirt. Those roads haven't been maintained in 50 years, but sometimes people try their luck driving in that far. Usually it ends with a stuck vehicle or a busted axle. That afternoon, I reached an old fire lookout tower. It hasn't been manned in decades, but it's still standing, and rangers sometimes use it as a landmark. There's a narrow set of stairs leading up to a wooden platform, and from there you can see 30 miles in any direction. I climbed up just to get a better sense of what was ahead. I didn't see anything, not a trace of movement. Just ridgelines, valleys, dry riverbeds. But as I turned to climb down, I saw something small and dark wedged into the corner of the platform. It looked like a broken GPS unit. One of those handheld ones you can clip to your belt. I picked it up. It was half crushed and covered in dust, but it had a name scratched on the back. Leonard 04/22. That didn't mean anything to me right away. We get gear dropped or abandoned all the time. Hikers lose things, leave things, or just plain forget them. I tossed it in my pack and made a mental note to log it later. The rest of that day passed slow. I didn't cover much distance because I stopped a few times to check out side canyons and old cattle trails. Around dusk, I found a narrow arroyo that had a decent flat patch at the bottom and decided to sleep there. I boiled water, ate, and laid down. That night was worse. Not just the quiet, something else. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing something faint. Not a noise, exactly, but more like a low vibration in the ground. I even pressed my ear to the dirt at one point, thinking it might be far off truck traffic or blasting from a quarry. But it was rhythmic, too steady to be random. I sat up, pulled out the GPS unit again, and looked it over more carefully. I don't know why. It wasn't working, screen was dead, and half the buttons were missing, but I kept turning it in my hands. Then I remembered the name. Leonard. I checked my notebook where I keep past incident records. We're supposed to remember the major ones. Injuries, rescues, disappearances. There it was. April 2022. A solo hiker named Leonard Weller, 38, never returned from a trip near the northwestern end of the park. Last seen at a trailhead 5 miles from where I was now. His car had been found with food still in the cooler. A note in his glove box said he was planning a 4-day hike. Never found him. Search teams swept the area for a week, but the terrain was brutal, and eventually they stopped looking. I stared at the broken GPS for a long time after that. It wasn't unusual to find items from lost hikers, but it still felt strange, especially given where it was. That lookout tower wasn't on his route, not even close. I didn't sleep much that night. Something about the ground just didn't feel right under me. The next morning, I hiked northwest toward where Leonard was last known to be. It wasn't official patrol range, but something about that GPS had stuck in my mind. I told myself I was just curious, maybe wanted to check for any remains. That happens sometimes. Dry climate preserves bodies well. You find bones bleached white in the sun, or a torn pack with skin leathered onto it. I've seen it. The area I was heading into didn't have trails. Just loose rock, dry grass, and sandstone ridges. I moved slow. It took me hours to get over the next major ridgeline, and by the time I reached the northern canyon shelf, the sun was starting to drop. I decided to camp there, even though there wasn't much cover. I just needed rest. That night, I didn't even bother laying out the pad. I just sat on a rock, staring out at the landscape below. I thought maybe I'd been in the field too long. Maybe the heat was getting to me. I kept imagining I could feel something under the ground, like the rock itself was shifting in slow, deep ways. I know that doesn't make sense, but I felt it in my chest more than in my ears or feet. Around midnight, I saw a flash of light. Just one, and it was far away. Northwest, maybe a mile out, tucked in a low bend of the canyon. I stared at the spot for a long time. It didn't flash again. I thought maybe it was a reflection. Sometimes metal can glint weird under moonlight. But the next morning I went toward it. No trail, no map, just a direction. I picked my way down the rock shelf, across a dry wash, and climbed a low slope on the far side. I walked for hours. Every few minutes I thought I was getting close, but then I'd realize it was just another bend or shadow. By mid-afternoon, I found something. It was a campsite, or what had once been one. A broken tent pole jammed between two rocks. A half-torn pack with sun-rotted straps. Pieces of nylon and shredded cloth scattered around like something had exploded outward from the center. There were no bones, no blood, no clothes. Just gear, faded and crumbling. And wedged into a crevice nearby was a notebook. Water warped, sun bleached, but still partly legible. Most of it was ruined, pages stuck together, writing faded. But the first page had a name, Leonard Weller. I didn't move for a while. I just stood there, holding it, wind pushing dust past my boots. No official record had ever found this spot. Search teams had focused miles away. This was it. This was where he ended up. I marked the coordinates, took pictures, then sat down and flipped through the parts of the notebook I could still read. Most of it was lists, food, gear routes. But near the end were a few scattered lines that made my stomach feel cold. Something wrong with the ground. Every night it gets louder. Keep hearing the same thing in my head. Like rocks grinding. Don't sleep on the dirt. I sat still for a long time. Everything was silent around me. But I realized I'd felt the same things. That same hum. That same sensation in the dirt. I told myself it was paranoia, maybe some seismic activity I wasn't aware of. But I couldn't shake the thought. I stayed just long enough to document the site, then started heading back. I moved fast, not taking breaks, not stopping to rest. I hiked through the night, reaching the edge of the patrol zone by sunrise. I didn't camp again. I didn't want to sleep. When I got back to the station, I turned everything over, the GPS unit, the notebook, the coordinates. They sent a team out, confirmed the gear matched what Leonard had with him. His remains were never found. I started working as a park ranger in Idaho about 7 years ago. Most of my time has been spent in places where there isn't much around except pine, dirt, and silence. I've been stationed in everything from fire towers to small cabins near lakes where I was the only one for miles. I got used to long stretches of isolation early on, and it never really bothered me. It was part of the job. You're not out here for noise or people. This particular incident happened in late October, when I was assigned a remote outpost near the edge of a national forest. The forest wasn't visited by many people that time of year. Hunting was regulated tightly, and the hiking trails were barely used. It was the kind of place where you'd go a week without seeing another person, except for maybe a fellow ranger doing rounds. The assignment was for 6 weeks. I was stationed at an old ranger cabin about 13 miles from the main road. The only way in was through an unpaved road that twisted through the forest like a snake. I had a four-wheeler with chains on the tires in case snow came early, which sometimes happened in the higher elevations. The cabin was old but sturdy. It had a wood stove, a cot, and shelves with canned goods and dry food that could last for months. I brought my own supplies too: extra clothes, water filters, flashlights, a battery-powered radio, and a journal I used to keep track of my days. The main task was to monitor trail conditions, watch for signs of wildfire, and document any animal activity. It was mostly mountain lions, elk, black bears, and the occasional wolf. I had a schedule of trails to walk each day and reports to fill out. At the end of the week, I'd ride out to the station closer to the main road to drop off paperwork and pick up any new assignments. The first week went by quietly. Cold mornings, frost on the tall grass, and the kind of wind that sounds like whispers coming through the trees. I tracked elk one afternoon, finding their hoof prints and droppings near a stream about 2 miles from the cabin. Another day, I found a cougar's kill, a half-eaten deer covered in leaves. I marked on my map and moved on. Nothing unusual, just routine. During the second week, I started noticing things that didn't quite line up with what I'd seen before. The first thing was a tree. A big one, probably 100 feet tall, snapped in half near its base. No storm had come through. No lightning strike. It looked fresh, too. The inside of the wood was still moist and pale where it had broken. I walked around it for signs, tracks, claw marks, anything, but the ground was undisturbed. No branches scattered. Just one massive pine snapped clean across, as if someone had taken a giant axe to it. I didn't write it off completely. Trees fall. Roots rot. Wind hits them the right way. But I noted it down and moved on. Then, a few days later, I found a pile of stones stacked neatly beside one of the trails. At first, I thought it was a cairn, which hikers sometimes build to mark their way. But these weren't trail markers. They were about 2 feet tall and placed maybe 40 feet off the main trail in a spot where no one had any reason to go. They weren't sloppy stacks either. They were carefully balanced, flat stones on top, heavier ones at the base. I found 3 of them, spaced out in a rough triangle. I felt uneasy looking at them. It wasn't just the fact that they were there. It was the silence around them. Even birds seemed quieter in that spot. I left them alone and walked on, but my skin crawled until I was a mile away. The cabin felt colder that night, even though the stove was burning. I slept with my boots on, which I never did unless something was eating at the back of my mind. By the end of week 3, the weather started changing fast. Frost turned into snow. Just flurries at first, but enough to cover the trails and make navigation harder. I relied on landmarks, boulders, tree clusters, even the shape of the ridgelines. GPS doesn't always help out there. Too many dead zones. One morning, while checking a northbound trail, I saw something up ahead. I thought it was an animal at first, a black lump sitting in the middle of the trail. But as I got closer, I realized it was a backpack. A faded red pack, the kind hikers use. It was unzipped, and the contents were scattered like someone had dumped it out in a hurry. There were energy bars, a crumpled map, an empty water bottle, and a phone with a cracked screen. No signal, of course. I looked around for footprints, but found none. The snow had started just the day before, so any tracks should have been fresh. There was no name in the pack, no ID. I took photos and brought the bag back to the cabin. That night, I went through the journal I'd been keeping. I read back over what I'd written. The fallen tree, the stacked stones, the strange silence. I had the feeling that all of it was connected, but nothing made sense. The forest was too quiet. The animal tracks were growing less frequent. Even birds had stopped singing in the mornings. A few days later, I found something else. I was hiking up a ridge trail with a good view of the valley. Halfway up, I spotted what looked like a tarp flapping between the trees. I made my way toward it, thinking maybe a hunter had made camp. But as I got closer, I saw it wasn't tarp. It was a shredded tent, torn at the sides, poles snapped, half buried under snow and pine needles. Inside, there was a sleeping bag, unzipped and empty. A boot lay a few feet away. No other gear. No sign of the person. I checked the area again. No prints, no blood, no trash. Just a ruined tent in the middle of nowhere. I marked it on the map and headed back, but the whole way down the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder. The forest had grown dense and darker, even though it was only midday. The air felt heavier. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Back at the cabin, I double-checked the calendar. It was late October. I had about 2 weeks left before I was scheduled to rotate out. I considered radioing it in, but I hesitated. There were no emergency signs, no body, no blood, no real evidence of anything. Just pieces, odd pieces that didn't fit together yet. On the 24th day, something happened that pushed me past that line. I had just returned from a short patrol and was putting logs into the stove when I heard it. A noise from outside. Not footsteps, not an animal. It was a high, quick clicking sound, almost like someone knocking two stones together, over and over. It came from the tree lean about 50 yards from the cabin. Then it stopped. I stood still. No wind, no movement, just quiet. Then it started again, closer this time. 3 clicks, then silence. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The beam cut through the trees, lighting up trunks and falling snow, but nothing else. The clicking had stopped again. I stayed out there for a long minute, listening. My breath came out in clouds. Then I turned and went back inside. I didn't sleep that night. Every few hours, I heard the clicks again. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3, always from a different direction. In the morning, I found something on the ground outside the cabin. A stone, flat, round, and dark, sitting right in the middle of the path that led to the outhouse. I hadn't seen it there the day before. I picked it up. It was warm, warmer than it should have been, considering the air temperature. I sat on the windowsill and left it there. After that, the noises came more often. Every night, from just beyond the edge of my flashlight. Always clicking, sometimes quick, sometimes drawn out. One night, I thought I heard breathing, slow and low, but when I stepped out, it vanished into the snow. On the 5th week, I found tracks. They weren't animal tracks. They were bare feet. Human. Small, narrow, and deep. Someone had been walking barefoot in the snow, not far from the trail I took every morning. I followed them for maybe 50 yards before they disappeared into a patch of thick underbrush. I didn't follow any farther. That night, I packed my gear and decided I'd head out early the next morning. I wasn't going to wait out the last 10 days. I'd seen enough. I made a note in the logbook, locked the cabin, and left before sunrise. The trail was harder to follow with the snow thickening, but I knew the way well enough. I passed the snap tree again, then the area where I'd seen the stacked stones. 2 of them had fallen over. The 3rd was gone. I was about 4 miles out when I smelled smoke. Not with smoke like from a campfire or cabin stove. This was acrid, chemical, like plastic or rubber. I followed it uphill, and that's when I saw it. A burned out ATV, one of the models we used. Same shape, same markings. The seat was melted. The front tires were gone, rims sunk into mud. Snow had melted around it in a wide ring, but there was no sign of what caused the fire. I hadn't used that trail in weeks. I never reported any vehicle stolen or missing. There should have been no one else out here. I turned around and went back to the main trail, pushing my pace. The rest of the hike back to the ranger station felt longer than it should have. Every sound felt like it was following me. My legs ached, and I kept checking the tree line for movement. I reached the station just before dark. When I reported everything, they took it seriously. A search team was sent out. They found a ruined tent and the red backpack. They also found a second cabin about 5 miles east of mine. It was off the grid, not on any maps. Just a makeshift shelter built deep in the trees. Inside were animal bones, old cans. I started working as a park ranger in northern Idaho in 2012. I was stationed near a stretch of wild land that didn't get many visitors. It was mostly thick pine forest and rocky hills, with a few cold, deep lakes that barely warmed up even in the middle of July. The place wasn't much for tourists. The roads leading up to it were rough, some barely more than logging trails. Most people preferred the bigger national parks down south. That suited me fine. I liked the quiet. I liked the long days walking alone and checking trails, clearing fallen limbs, marking off dangerous areas, and keeping an eye out for wildlife. My job was mostly uneventful for the first few years. I'd go days without seeing another person. Sometimes I'd find old beer cans or a forgotten campfire ring that someone didn't clean up, and I'd have to log it and clean it myself. I wrote up my reports, clocked my hours, and spent my nights in the ranger cabin about 10 miles out from the main road. It had a radio, a small kitchen, and a wood stove that kept the place warm in winter. Nothing fancy, but it worked. The trouble started in early June 2019. I remember the year clearly because that was the same summer we had heavier rain than usual. The rivers ran high and fast. Trails that were usually dry by late spring were still flooded deep into June. That meant I had to check some areas we didn't usually worry about until later in the season. There was a stretch of land we called North Ridge, though it didn't have an official name on any of the maps. It was steep and rocky and had a creek that snaked down through a narrow canyon. We didn't recommend people hike there because of loose rock and deadfalls, but a few still tried. Some of the older maps listed a trail that used to cut across the ridge before a slide took part of it out in the 90s. People like to go looking for it. So every year, I made a note to check that area at least once in early summer. I set out on foot one morning just after 7 a.m. The air was cool and damp. The rain had stopped a couple days before, but everything was still soaked. I wore rubber boots and brought a machete to clear out brush. My pack had the usual gear, radio, first aid, notebook, food, water, and my .357 revolver, which we were issued mainly for bears, though I'd never had to use it. The hike to the ridge took me about an hour. I followed an old game trail that paralleled the creek for a while before cutting uphill. I passed through thick pines and underbrush, stepping over down logs and ducking under low branches. The ground was muddy in places, and I had to be careful not to slip. Once I got high enough, the trees thinned out, and I could see the rock face of the ridge ahead. It was gray and jagged, with patches of lichen and moss clinging to it. The area had a strange feel, quiet but not peaceful. The air felt heavy, and even the birds were silent. I shrugged it off and kept going. When I reached the base of the ridge, I noticed something odd right away. The soil looked disturbed, like someone had dug there recently. The ground was uneven, and the grass had been pulled back in a wide rectangle. It looked like a shallow grave, except there was no smell, no sign of animals digging into it. Just turned up earth in a clean, deliberate patch. At first, I thought it might have been a hunter trying to bury gut piles or something, but there was no blood, no drag marks. Just dry soil, turned over in a neat shape, maybe 4 feet long and 2 feet wide. I stood over it for a long time, just staring. I wasn't sure if I should report it or not. There wasn't technically anything illegal about digging on public land, unless someone damaged a sensitive area. Still, Something felt off about it. The way the soil was packed, the angle of the hole. It wasn't natural. It was human work. I decided to take a few pictures and log the coordinates. I knelt down to take a closer look and noticed a few small splinters of wood sticking up from one side of the disturbed area. They were gray and soft with age, like the remains of an old crate or box. I used the flat of my machete to scrape away some more soil, and that's when I hit something solid. At first I thought it was more wood, maybe the top of a buried box, but it had a strange shape. Curved and smoother than wood usually is after years underground. I cleared more dirt and found the edge of what looked like a thick, rusted metal pipe, about 4 inches in diameter and capped at the end. It didn't make any sense. There shouldn't have been plumbing or equipment up there. No old cabins, no mining sites that I knew of. The closest human structure was 10 miles away. I sat back on my heels and stared at it. My hands were muddy, and my heart was beating faster than it should have been. I don't know why it unsettled me, but it did. Something about the shape, the way it was buried just deep enough to stay hidden. I decided not to dig further. I flagged the spot with a strip of orange tape from my pack and took down the coordinates. I'd call in when I got back to the cabin. I figured maybe someone from a different agency had been up here. Maybe research or geological survey. I didn't know, but it wasn't my job to investigate buried metal objects. I finished my sweep of the ridge and got back to the cabin around sunset. I tried to call in over the radio, but I couldn't get a strong enough signal. The mountains cut me off sometimes. I'd have to drive down closer to the main office in the morning to report it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that buried pipe, the shape of it, the depth. It didn't look like it belonged. I lay in bed staring at the wooden ceiling, listening to the wind and the trees outside. I started wondering what was inside it. Why it was capped? Why someone had buried it out here in the middle of nowhere? At around 3 a.m., I got up, dressed, and packed a shovel. I told myself I just wanted to look. Maybe open the end of it. If it was junk, I could move on. If it was something dangerous, like old explosives or waste, I could mark it for hazmat. It took me nearly 2 hours to hike back to the ridge in the dark. I used a headlamp and moved slowly, listening to every sound. The woods feel different at night. Heavier. Every rustle makes you stop. Every crunch of your own boots sounds too loud. I reached the flag spot just after 5 a.m. The sky was starting to lighten, but the trees kept the area dark. I set down the pack, pulled out the shovel, and started digging. The dirt came away easier than I expected. The soil was loose, and the top layer was barely packed. It was like someone had just buried it a few days ago. After about 15 minutes, I uncovered the entire length of the pipe. It was maybe 3 feet long, capped on both ends, with a seam running down one side. I tapped on it. It was solid, thick metal. I wedged the tip of the shovel under one of the caps and pried. The end came off with a dry pop, and I stepped back as the smell hit me. It wasn't rot. It wasn't death. It was something chemical, acrid, like oil and rust, and something burnt. I gagged and waved my hand in front of my face. I waited a few minutes before looking inside. The inside of the pipe was lined with something black and greasy. Stuck to the interior wall were several small plastic bags, each one sealed, marked with faded tape. I pulled one out. Inside was a small bone, human by the shape of it. A finger, maybe. I pulled out another. More bones. Clean, dry, but sealed like evidence. Each labeled with a string of letters and numbers I didn't recognize. I felt my knees go weak, and I sat back hard on the ground. This wasn't just junk. This was a burial of sorts. Organized. Intentional. I didn't touch any more of the bags. I took more photos and recapped the pipe. I reburied it, flagged the area again, and made my way back to the cabin in a kind of daze. The next morning, I called the regional office and told them what I'd found. They sent up 2 investigators and took over the site. They wouldn't tell me much, only that the contents were being analyzed and that I'd done the right thing by reporting it. I wasn't needed on that ridge again. I didn't argue. A few weeks later, one of the investigators returned to collect my photos and notes. I asked him, offhand, if they'd figured out what the pipe was. He told me it looked like some kind of private or unsanctioned forensic storage. That's how he worded it. Forensic storage. He didn't say who had buried it or why. Later, I heard rumors from other rangers that similar pipes had been found in other remote parks in Montana and Oregon. Same construction, same type of contents. There was no official announcement, no press release, just quiet removals and closed files. I left that job in 2020, transferred to a park down south where the woods were warmer, the trails busier, and the ground didn't hide strange things in metal tubes. But I still think about it. That buried pipe, the bones, the numbers on the tape. Somewhere, someone had gone to a lot of trouble to collect those remains. Not dump them, not hide them, just store them. Like they meant something, like they were waiting for something. I don't go hiking in remote areas alone anymore. Not because I'm afraid of animals or getting lost. I'm afraid of what I might find again, and what I won't be able to explain. I've been working as a park ranger for nearly 11 years now. Most of that time has been in the northern forests of Montana, places where the trees grow tall and tight, and where the silence can sometimes feel heavier than the snow that falls in winter. I've worked alone for the better part of it. People come and go from this job, but I've stuck around. Maybe it's the quiet that kept me here. Or maybe I just felt more at home in a cabin tucked back 20 miles from the nearest road than I ever did in a town. Last fall, something happened that changed the way I see this job. Changed how I sleep, even. It was early October, the leaves were already down, and the cold was creeping in earlier than usual. I was assigned a remote station near the base of Bitterroot Ridge. It's not a heavily traveled section of forest. The terrain is steep, rocky, and unforgiving. Trails are more like suggestions out there. My job was to monitor backcountry permits, check for illegal hunting, and keep an eye out for signs of fire or damage from the recent windstorms. Nothing new. I loaded up my pack with the usual gear: radio, field map, extra socks, MREs, sidearm, satellite beacon. The truck only goes so far in those areas, so I parked it at the old Forest Service gate and started hiking in toward the station. It's a 7-mile walk, mostly uphill, with the last 2 being rough enough that they feel like 10. I knew the station well. Just a small 2-room cabin with a stove, a cot, and a shed out back. No power, no cell signal. You get real comfortable with your own thoughts out there. Maybe too comfortable. The hiking was quiet. Just wind in the trees and the distant call of a hawk now and then. No people, no tire tracks, no footprints. That's how it usually was this time of year. Most visitors had cleared out by mid-September, and the hunters hadn't started rolling in yet. I saw one mule deer grazing in a ravine around mile 4, but that was it. When I reached the station, everything looked fine on the outside. Shed was closed up tight, cabin door locked, windows unbroken. I got the key from its usual spot under the eaves and went inside. Dusty, cold, but nothing out of place. I started a fire in the stove, hung up my coat, and unpacked my gear. Once the stove was going and the place had warmed up a little, I filled in the logbook and spent the rest of the day making round around the perimeter. The same thing I always did: walk the outer boundary in a wide circle, looking for signs of trespass or damage. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. A few fallen limbs, some animal tracks, one old bear scat pile, but otherwise clean. The first 2 days were quiet, boring even. I checked in with headquarters by radio each morning, logged weather data, patrolled trails, chopped wood. On the 3rd night, I noticed something strange. It started with a sound, soft, distant, hard to place. It was just past midnight. I had woken up needing to use the outhouse, which sat about 20 yards from the cabin, downhill through a tight cluster of trees. As I stepped outside, the forest was dead quiet. Not unusual at night. But as I stood there, adjusting to the dark, I heard something faint coming from farther into the trees. At first, I thought it was just wind shifting through the branches. But it didn't sound like wind. It had rhythm, a low, scraping kind of sound like something being dragged along the ground. I stayed still for a minute, listening hard, but it didn't repeat. Maybe it was just a branch that fell, or an animal dragging something. I went to the outhouse, came back, and went to bed. I didn't think much of it. The next morning, while walking the South Trail, I found something that made me stop cold. There were marks in the dirt, fresh ones. Not boot prints, not paw prints. Something else. Long, narrow lines cut through the soil, like something heavy had been dragged. They ran from the edge of the trail into the thick trees and disappeared. I followed them for a few yards before the brush got too thick to continue. No other signs, no fur, no blood, no footprints nearby, just those drag marks. That afternoon, I returned with a machete and pushed deeper into the brush. I followed the marks another 100 feet before they stopped near a rotted log. There was no sign of what made them. Nothing nearby but a few old stumps and ferns. It was strange but not alarming. Could have been an animal with a kill, I told myself. Maybe a mountain lion dragging a deer off the trail. That happened. That night, I heard the sound again. This time it was louder, closer. Same dragging scrape, slow and steady. It came from the east side of the cabin. I sat up in my cot and listened, straining my ears. It moved through the brush, maybe 30 feet away, then stopped. Total silence. I didn't move. My sidearm was on the small table next to the cot, and I reached for it slowly. After about a minute, I heard the sound again, but farther this time. Fainter. Whatever it was, it had moved on. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes on the window, gun in my lap. In the morning, I found more marks. Fresh ones. Deeper this time. 2 long lines with a space between them, like something with weight was being pulled by 2 points. They came from the tree lean to the edge of the clearing, then turned back. They ended exactly 30 feet from the cabin wall. No boot prints, no tire tracks, no sign of an animal. I radioed headquarters and reported possible signs of poaching activity. That was the closest explanation I had. Someone dragging something heavy at night, maybe stashing game illegally. They told me they'd send someone up in 3 days to check on it. That was standard. It was remote enough that help wasn't immediate. The next 2 nights, the noise kept coming. Always after midnight. Always moving around the cabin, never approaching directly. Just circling. I stayed inside and kept my lantern off. Through the window, I thought I saw movement once, a shape between the trees, but it was too dark to be sure. I didn't sleep. The morning before the other ranger was due to arrive, I went out early to check for more tracks. I found something worse. Behind the shed, in the soft dirt, there were deep holes. 6 of them, each about the size of a human foot, but not shaped like one. They were longer, narrower, and deeper than any animal track I'd ever seen. As if whatever made them had a lot of weight concentrated into a small point. The worst part was the shed door. It had been scratched. Long marks in the wood, deep enough to leave splinters. 5 in a row like claws, but too widely spaced. Too long. I'd been in the shed the day before and hadn't noticed anything. This was new. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the corner of the cabin with my sidearm loaded and ready. Every lamp turned off. Around 1 in the morning, the noise came again. But this time, it didn't stay in the trees. I heard it move into the clearing. Then it stopped. For nearly an hour, there was silence. Then I heard the porch creak. Just once. A single step. Then nothing. I stayed frozen, breathing slow, gun pointed at the door. I didn't move for the rest of the night. When daylight came, I opened the door with one hand, gun raised. The porch was empty, but there were marks, scratches on the wooden boards, and 2 new drag lines in the dirt leading back into the forest. By late morning, the other ranger finally arrived. I didn't say much to him at first. I just showed him the tracks, the scratches, the holes behind the shed. He didn't have an explanation either. He stayed with me that night. Nothing happened. No noise. No tracks. The next day, we hiked out together. They assigned me to a different station after that. Farther south. Less remote. I didn't argue. I didn't ask questions. A week later, they sent a wildlife team up to Bitterroot Ridge to investigate. They didn't find anything. No prints, no damage, no signs of poaching. Just an old cabin and some broken branches. They said maybe it was a bear or a mountain lion passing through. Maybe I imagined parts of it, being up there alone too long. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I didn't imagine the scratches or the drag marks or the way the porch groaned under weight that shouldn't have been there. Something was up there, watching, testing, waiting maybe. I still do this job, still walk the trails, still sleep in cabins deep in the woods. But I don't relax the way I used to. I check the porch every morning. I scan the trees a little longer. And when the wind moves through the forest at night, I listen closely. Because whatever was out there that week wasn't a bear. It wasn't a person. and it wasn't something I ever want to see again. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 19 years now. Most of that time has been quiet. Long days, quiet nights, the usual broken limbs on backcountry hikers. Sometimes drunk campers leaving a mess or needing help back to their tents. Once in a while, search and rescue operations. Those are never easy, but they're part of the job. I was stationed in a remote section of the Sawtooth Range in Idaho during the summer this happened. That season, I was assigned to monitor the far western edge of the park, where the trails were thin and the terrain changed fast. One minute you're in dry pine forest, the next you're climbing rocky ridges overlooking lakes that don't even show up on the basic tourist maps. There was one area of interest that season, a section about 18 miles out from the ranger station where we'd gotten reports of hikers hearing strange metallic noises, repeated clanking, scraping sounds, far off the trail. The reports came in from different groups, days apart, but they all described the same thing. No visual sightings, just the sound. It wasn't an emergency. No injuries, no missing people. But the regional supervisor marked it as something worth looking into, and I drew the assignment. I packed for a 2-night solo recon. I'd follow a narrow, unmaintained trail that hadn't been traveled much that year due to snowmelt wiping out a few footbridges. I brought a radio, GPS, standard first aid, sleeping gear, and enough food to last 4 days just in case. My job was simple. Camp close to where the hikers had been, move around the area during different hours, and document anything unusual. The hike out was uneventful. Warm weather, dry trails, a few stretches of snow in the shade that hadn't melted yet, but nothing too bad. It took about 7 hours to reach the point where I planned to make camp. I found a clear flat area near a small creek, about 200 yards uphill from the trail. I set up my tent, secured the bear canister, filtered some water, and spent the last light of the day noting the topography of the area. There were 2 prominent ridge lines running north-south, with steep drainages cutting between them, thick underbrush in the low spots, sharp talus on the slopes. I didn't hear anything unusual the first night, just normal forest sounds, whine through the pines, a few owls. Once, maybe around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something heavy move through the brush, but I've learned not to overreact to that. Moose, elk, black bears, they all sound much bigger than they are when they move through thick forest at night. The next morning I ate, geared up, and started hiking upslope toward the ridgeline. The trail had long since vanished, so I followed the land. Loose rock made the climb slow. Around mid-morning, I reached a spot where the ridge dropped sharply into a bowl-shaped clearing. That was when I heard it. A clanking, metallic sound. Distant but clear, maybe a half-mile down in the bowl. I stopped moving. The sound came again. Sharp, rhythmic, like steel tapping or banging against something solid. It wasn't wind. It wasn't rockfall. It didn't echo right for that. I dropped low and watched the valley below for almost an hour. Nothing moved. I heard the sound 3 more times, always from the same direction. Then it stopped. I descended carefully into the bowl. The trees thickened quickly. There was a clear game trail I followed for a while, but it eventually veered away. I bushwhacked for about 30 minutes toward where I thought the sound came from, moving slowly, pausing often to listen. The forest was denser there. The light dimmed. I started seeing old stumps and down logs that looked like they'd been cut with tools, not just fallen. At first, I figured maybe there had been logging activity there long ago. But these stumps were too small. Not commercial logging. More like someone had cleared brush with a hatchet or machete. Some of the cuts looked recent. Then I found the trap. It was an old-style snare built out of braided steel cable and wire, anchored to a tree. A small pile of bones was nearby, probably raccoon or skunk. The bones were clean and piled neatly. The trap had been reset. That meant someone had been there recently. That changed everything. Setting traps like that in a national park is illegal, dangerous, and reckless. If the wrong person stepped into that loop, they could lose a foot. I marked the location on my GPS and snapped a few pictures. My plan was to remove the snare and hike back to camp, then radio it in the next day when I got to higher ground. But when I reached out to cut the wire, I noticed the tree it was tied to had something carved into the bark. letters and numbers. E12/3A/417. I didn't recognize the format. It wasn't a trail marker. It wasn't from Park Service or Forestry. That's when I heard the sound again. Clank. A short metallic thud. This time it was closer, maybe just a few hundred feet away. I ducked behind a tree and scanned the forest. Nothing, but I felt it. That cold pressure in your chest. That strange pull of adrenaline when you know something's nearby, even if you can't see it. I waited maybe 5 minutes, then started moving uphill back toward my camp. I didn't stop or turn around until I cleared the ridge. Back at camp, everything was how I left it. I took inventory, checked for footprints. Nothing looked touched. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I packed up early. My plan was to hike to a higher point with radio reception, report the trap, then make my way back to the station. I was about 3 miles along when I realized someone had been following me. I found partial boot prints in a dry section of trail. Heavy tread. Looked like work boots, not hiking shoes. Whoever left them wasn't far behind me. Maybe a few hours. I looked closer. There were some broken branches near the prints that didn't match my own path. Someone had moved parallel to me, staying off the main trail. I moved faster. At the next ridge, I finally got a weak radio signal. I called them my coordinates and reported the illegal trap, the prints, and a strange activity. I was told to return immediately and not engage with anyone I might find out there. It was probably a poacher or a legal trapper, they said. That wasn't unusual, but the aggressive behavior of following someone, that was concerning. The rest of the hike back was fast. I made it to the ranger station by nightfall, drained but alert. I submitted my full report, uploaded the GPS data, and handed over the photos. The supervisor told me to get rest and that they'd send a 2-man team out the next morning to investigate the site. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I stayed behind at the station while the other rangers went out. Around 4 p.m., they called in. They had reached the snare location and confirmed it had been reset again, which meant someone had returned since I'd left it. They also said they found more wire snares strung in a pattern leading toward a small ravine further east. Then came the real problem. They found something else in that ravine. A makeshift shelter. Not a tent. Not a survival hut. This thing was built low to the ground, hidden under brush, dug partially into the slope. It had camo netting stretched across the roof. Inside were food wrappers, a sleeping bag, boxes of ammunition, empty cans of food, and a notepad filled with strange entries, dates, locations, strings of letters and numbers like the ones I saw carved in the tree. No names, no maps, just pages of coded lists. They also found a pair of binoculars, a trail camera, and one full duffel bag packed with wire snares and cable. The shelter looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. Still warm food in a pot. No sign of the person. They packed out what they could, left a hidden camera near the shelter, and hiked back. That night, we reviewed the trail cam footage. At 2:37 a.m., someone walked into frame near the shelter. Male, average build, wearing a black hooded jacket, gloves, and a canvas pack. His face was partially covered. He looked right at the camera, almost like he knew it was there. Then he backed away and disappeared into the brush. That was the last frame. The next day, law enforcement got involved. They closed that section of the park quietly, no public announcements. Just a trail maintenance sign and blocked access. Over the next few weeks, a full investigation happened. They found 2 more shelters. One had a shortwave radio and topographic maps marked with hand-drawn grids. Another had old Forest Service badges and an empty shotgun case. Every site had a similar notepad, lists of coded letters and numbers. Nobody was ever found. No arrests. No names. Nothing in the system matched the items they found. The theory we got, what they told us anyway, was that this person or group had been living out there for years, avoiding detection, hunting illegally, possibly even ex-military based on some of the gear. The codes? No one could crack them. Some speculated it was just a system for tracking snare locations. Others thought it was something darker. I never went back out there. After the season ended, I transferred to another park. Somewhere with flat ground and open trails. Somewhere where you could see things coming. It's been years now, but I still think about that feeling I had when I heard that clanking. That pressure in my chest when I knew someone was nearby. That kind of fear doesn't fade, because it wasn't about what I saw, it was about what I didn't see, and what might still be out there. I've been working as a park ranger for almost 17 years now, mostly in backcountry regions where people rarely go. The places where trails fade into nothing and you're lucky to see one other soul in a week. I never minded the isolation. In fact, that's one of the things that drew me into this line of work in the first place. I don't do well in cities, and I don't much like people talking for the sake of talking. Out here, I get peace. Or at least I used to think that. This happened 5 years ago in the northern stretches of Montana, just outside the Bitterroot Range. We had this stretch of land that was technically under Forest Service control, but hadn't been properly surveyed in decades. People always assume that every piece of public land is neatly mapped out, marked, and well documented, but that's just not the case. Some regions are so remote and overgrown that they become more of a formality on paper, an outline on a map, but nothing more. That summer, I've been tasked with a solo survey of this forgotten patch. It was around 40 square miles of rugged forest land with no active trails, no campsites, and no known human activity in recent history. Just dense pine forest, moss-choked ravines, sharp ridgelines, and the occasional clearing that looked like it hadn't seen footprints in decades. My job was to stay out there for 12 days, mapping as much as I could, logging the condition of the land, taking GPS readings, and identifying any hazards, erosion, wildlife, water sources, that kind of thing. The kind of job where they give you a satellite phone, but tell you not to use it unless you break a leg. I had all my gear: lightweight tent, stove, bear spray, extra batteries, enough dried food to last me 2 weeks. I carried a sidearm, like always, mostly for bears, and I had a solar charger for the GPS and radio. It was all routine. I'd done this kind of solo work many times before. The first few days passed like they always do. I moved in about 10 miles, setting up camp by a slow creek that snaked its way through a steep canyon. The land was thick with undergrowth. Some parts were nearly impossible to move through without crawling or hacking with a machete. I took it slow, carefully marking my path with fluorescent flagging tape and logging notes in a weatherproof notebook. I didn't find much: an old, rusted animal trap, the remnants of what looked like a hunting blind from who knows how long ago, and scattered signs of elk and moose. I didn't see a single person or hear any aircraft. Just wind, branches, birds, and the occasional rustle of something in the brush. It was around the 5th day when things started feeling off. I woke up to find my flagging tape missing. That wasn't something that could just fall off trees. I always tied them tight, double knots, wrapped around sturdy trunks. At first, I thought maybe I'd made a mistake. Maybe I'd forgotten to mark the trail the day before. But when I retraced my path back, I found the faint marks where the tape had been. Little indentations in the bark, even sticky residue from where the tape had pressed against sap. Every single piece I'd left behind the previous day was gone, cleanly removed. I stood there staring at the empty bark for a long time. There wasn't much wind the night before. No storm. Nothing strong enough to rip off a dozen flagging strips tied in place. And even if it had, the tape wouldn't just vanish. I looked around, checked the ground. Nothing. Not even a shred. I told myself it could have been animals. Birds sometimes grab odd things. Maybe even a bear, although that didn't make sense. I pushed the thought away and kept going. That evening, I made camp about a mile further east. A nice little spot beside a fallen cedar, well protected from the wind and with easy access to water. I went through the usual routine: set up the tent, boil water, eat, make notes, and check gear. Everything was in place. I laid down in my tent, zipped it shut, and listened to the crickets as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up suddenly sometime in the night, though I didn't know what had stirred me. There were no sounds, no cracking branches, no footsteps, no animal grunts. Just stillness. I checked my watch. 3:28 a.m. The moon was bright, casting a silvery glow across the fabric of my tent. I stayed there a while, just listening, but nothing moved. Eventually, I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, something else was wrong. The flagging tape was gone again. Every strip I'd laid down the day before had vanished. Not a single one left. Even stranger, my boot prints, which I'd seen clearly on the muddy trail the day before, were gone. Not washed out or faded. Gone. The ground was smooth, as if someone had swept over them. I crouched down and ran my fingers across the mud. It didn't make sense. This wasn't normal erosion or rain. It was like someone had taken a branch and brushed away all signs of passage. It looked deliberate. I felt my throat tighten. I'm not the kind of person who jumps at shadows. I've dealt with mountain lions, grizzlies, even poachers. But this was different. It was too clean, too quiet. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. I told myself it might be some hermit or off-grid type who didn't want anyone near their land. That happens sometimes. But if that was the case, why not confront me? Why just erase my signs and vanish? I started making double copies of everything. 2 sets of notes. 2 GPS tracks. I marked trees higher up, 8 or 9 feet off the ground, where most people wouldn't think to look. I tied tape beneath rocks out of sight. I even began lightly scratching arrows in the bark with my knife. Things that couldn't be removed easily without being noticed. Still, every morning, the visible markers were gone. Not always all of them. Just enough to confuse me. Just enough to make me doubt. By the 8th day, I was feeling watched. It's hard to explain that feeling to someone who's never been truly alone in the wild. It's not fear exactly. It's the way your body tells you something isn't right. Like being underwater and realizing you've swum too deep. I'd set up camp that night on a ridge with a good view, hoping that elevation would help me spot any movement. I stayed awake for hours in my tent, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound of rocks shifting. It came from down the slope. Not loud, just a faint clatter. I sat up, unzipped the tent as slowly as I could, and peered out. The forest was still. Moonlight filtered through the trees, lighting up the tops of the pines. I stayed there for 10, maybe 15 minutes, holding my breath. I didn't move. I didn't blink. But I never saw anything. The next morning, I found a set of prints in the dirt below the ridge. Bare human footprints. Not boots. Not shoes. Just the faint outlines of toes and heels in the soft soil, walking in a straight line uphill, then veering off into the brush. I followed them for as long as I could, but they eventually disappeared in the rocks. No campsite, no fire pit, no clothing, just those bare tracks in the middle of nowhere. That day, I made the decision to cut the survey short. I'd covered enough ground, and I didn't feel safe out there anymore. I packed up and began moving west toward my original entry point. I moved fast, 8 miles in a day, cutting through brush without stopping to rest. I ignored the creeks and the interesting rock formations. I didn't take notes. I just wanted out. The sun was dropping by the time I found a flat stretch near a dry stream bed. I set up camp quickly and didn't cook anything. I didn't want the smell attracting animals or people. That night was the worst. I woke up around 1:30 a.m. My tent was open. Not fully, just a small gap at the zipper. But I always closed it fully. I froze. I listened. The forest around me was still. No footsteps, no crunching leaves. Just that endless, suffocating silence. I reached slowly for my flashlight and turned it on. Inside the tent, everything looked normal. Sleeping bag, stove, boots packed. Nothing missing. But outside the tent, I found something that didn't belong. A small pile of stones, stacked carefully in a triangle. 3 flat rocks, perfectly balanced on one another, right beside the entrance. And in the center of the triangle, a piece of my flagging tape, folded into a neat square. That broke something in me. I didn't wait for morning. I packed up in under 10 minutes, threw on my gear, and started hiking in the dark. I used the GPS and didn't bother trying to stay quiet. I figured if someone wanted me gone, they already knew where I was. I moved until dawn, then another 6 hours beyond that. When I finally reached the ranger station, I looked like hell. I had a fever from exhaustion, scratches all over my arms and neck. My boss asked if I'd been attacked by an animal. I told him no, just bad terrain. I didn't want to sound crazy. I submitted my notes and left out the weird parts. No mention of the tape, the prints, the stacked rocks. I didn't want to explain things I couldn't explain myself. I figured maybe I'd hallucinated part of it. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe there really was someone out there, and they just didn't want company. A month later, we got a report. A hiker had gone missing near the southern edge of that same region. An experienced guy, military background, had all the right gear. He was supposed to be doing a 3-day solo hike. Never came back. No trace. No. I've worked as a park ranger for a little over 12 years now, mostly in remote regions of the American Southwest. Wide open spaces, long stretches of desert, canyon country, and thick pinyon forests where radio signals go dead for miles. I used to enjoy that quiet, the deep kind of silence you only get far from cities. But there's something about the silence that can also mess with you. Sometimes, it hides things you should have noticed sooner. This happened 4 summers ago. I was stationed at a lesser-known national preserve tucked between 2 plateaus in southern Utah. Not many people came out there. It wasn't as famous as Zion or Bryce Canyon. The terrain was more rugged, more raw. Lots of rock walls, dry creek beds, dense woods up in the higher elevation. It was the kind of place where hikers either came prepared or didn't come back. My job was mostly solo patrols, fire watch, checking trails, cleaning up after the few campers who wandered that far out. That August, a heat wave rolled through. Days were pushing 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and even the nights didn't cool much. We had a few reports of missing water caches and overheated hikers, but nothing major. Still, the stress was building. People weren't thinking clearly in that kind of heat, and when folks stopped thinking straight, they start doing dumb things. I was asked to check on a seldom-used backcountry trail called Coalbrush Ridge. It's a 17-mile loop that winds up into some steep hills and then drops into a narrow canyon on the return. Not many people hiked it anymore. It was too rough, too long, and offered little shade. But a solo hiker had parked near the trailhead 2 days earlier, and his car was still there. He hadn't signed a trail register, but the dirt around the tires showed it hadn't moved. He also hadn't booked a backcountry permit online, which was common for that area. Could have just been someone going off-grid for a couple days, which I respected, but after 2 days in that kind of heat, it was worth a check. I started early, just after sunrise. I had a full pack, 3 liters of water on me, and another 6 liters in the pack, plus electrolyte tabs, a first aid kit, satellite phone, a flare, and extra batteries. I also carried a solar charger clipped to my shoulder strap. You learn quick out here that if your radio or GPS dies, you're one sprained ankle away from never being found. The first part of the trail rose sharply along the ridge. The land was red rock and loose gravel. Not much grows up there, but scrub brush and cactus. My boots kicked up clouds of dust with every step, and sweat poured down my back before I even hit mile 2. I kept an eye out for footprints, disturbed gravel, broken stems, any sign someone had passed through recently. About 5 miles in, I found a discarded granola bar wrapper under a shady ledge. Looked new. There were also some scuffed boot prints in the dirt nearby. Looked like someone had sat there. It gave me a direction and a little more urgency. By mile 7, I was well into the loop's high section. The sun was beating down hard, and heat shimmered off the rocks. There were vultures circling far to the west, but that's not unusual out here. Everything dies in the desert eventually. Still, I made note of their position just in case. I kept moving, watching the canyon rim below as the trail curved toward the descent. That's when I noticed something that didn't sit right. Just beyond a bend in the trail, there was a strange pattern in the dirt. At first, I thought it was animal tracks, maybe a deer or a coyote. But as I got closer, I realized it was a drag mark. Something or someone had been pulled off the trail. The disturbed earth was wide enough for a human body. Beside it, I found a single boot. It was a standard hiking boot, laces snapped, heel worn smooth. No blood, no signs of struggle, but the boot being there by itself felt wrong. I followed the drag mark about 10 yards into the brush. There, under a small cedar tree, I found a torn-up backpack. Most of the straps were shredded, not cut. Inside, there was a crushed metal water bottle, a half-eaten protein bar, and a notebook with pages warped from heat. There was also a wallet with a license. The guy's name was Marcus Flynn. He was 32, from Albuquerque. Looked like he'd been camping solo. I radioed the station, but got only static. I was out of range. I checked my sat phone, 1 bar. I tried to call the base. Nothing. I decided to keep going. If Marcus was injured, time mattered. If he was dead, I needed to confirm it. I followed more scuff marks downhill into the canyon. The path dropped fast and the brush got thicker. Juniper and scrub oak closed in around me. There were no more trail markers down there. I pushed forward slowly, careful not to lose my footing. At the bottom, I found a dried-out stream bed that curved west. I noticed broken branches along the way and occasional signs of passage. A snapped twig, a scrap of fabric caught on a thorn. Then the smell hit me. Sharp, sour, unmistakable. Decay. I moved slower, scanning the underbrush. I finally found him tucked into a shallow cave under a rock outcrop. His body was curled in on itself, shirt torn open, face sunburned and bloated. Flies swarmed thick in the heat. From what I could tell, he'd been dead maybe a day. No sign of trauma, no blood, no wounds that I could see. His hands were clenched. His mouth was partly open, teeth red with dried blood. I couldn't tell what had happened yet, but I knew I needed to get help, and fast. I backed out of the cave and marked the spot with some neon tape for my pack. I turned on the satellite phone again. Still no signal. That's when I heard something behind me. Not a voice or an animal, just the sound of gravel shifting. I spun fast, hand near the flare on my belt. Nothing. I scanned the trees, the rocks, every shadow. My breathing was loud in my ears. I stayed still, straining to hear. Nothing moved, but something in my gut twisted tight. I knew I was being watched. That deep, primal feeling you get when a predator's nearby. I saw no sign of another person. No footsteps. No gear. But the sensation stayed with me as I climbed back up the canyon wall. I moved fast, sweating hard, keeping my eyes scanning. I reached the ridge by early afternoon and finally got a bar service. I called into base, gave the GPS coordinates, and requested a recovery team. They said they'd send a chopper in 3 hours. I agreed to wait near the trailhead to guide them in. I hiked the rest of the loop in silence. I didn't find any more signs of other hikers. Just rocks, heat, and that strange weight in my chest. I reached the trailhead just before sundown and waited near Marcus's car. It was still there, windows coated in dust. The chopper arrived at dusk. I guided the crew in and helped recover the body. They bagged Marcus and airlifted him out. I gave my report, then drove back to station. I didn't sleep much that night. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd missed something. A few days later, the coroner's report came in. Cause of death was dehydration and heat stroke, but something else caught my attention. His stomach contained almost no water, but his blood work showed high sodium levels, as if he'd been consuming salt. Not just salty food, but actual salt, like handfuls of it. His throat and mouth were raw. They found salt crystals in his teeth. That didn't make sense. I went back to the area 3 days later, this time with another ranger. We retraced the trail. At the same shady ledge where I found the granola wrapper, we found something new. A small pile of salt. Neat, like it had been placed there. Not spilled. Not blown in by wind. Just a white mound on a flat rock. There were no animals nearby. No prints. Nothing moved. The salt was dry despite the heat. My partner didn't want to touch it. Neither did I. We left it alone, took photos, and hiked out. Over the next 2 weeks, 3 more hikers reported feeling strange while hiking that loop. One said they felt watched the whole time. Another claimed their water started tasting like seawater after the halfway mark. The third turned back halfway, saying they felt weird in the head and dizzy even though they were hydrated. We closed the trail after that. Said it was unsafe due to rock slides, which was true enough. But I kept thinking about Marcus, about the salt, about how his boot had been left behind, laces snapped, about how he was dragged, not walking. And I kept remembering that silent moment when I felt something nearby in that canyon, something that never showed itself. I don't believe in ghosts or stories around campfires, but I believe in the land. I believe some places carry things, memories, pain, history. Maybe something about that ridge took something from Marcus. Maybe he panicked, started losing his mind in the heat, eating salt, tearing off his gear. Or maybe something older, more human, once used that place and left a trace behind. Not a spirit, not a monster, just a feeling. A pressure, a weight. We never reopened Coal Brush Ridge. The salt pile vanished after the next rain. No more deaths, but I still get reports now and then. People saying they don't feel right up there, that they start sweating too much, too fast, that their legs go numb, that they feel like they're walking uphill even when they're not. I still patrol the areas sometimes, but I never hike the full loop. I cut through the forest instead, keep my eyes on the ridges. I've learned not to ignore that feeling in your chest when something's wrong. I had just finished my third year as a ranger when I got transferred to a new district. This place wasn't anything like the other stations I'd worked. It was drier, more isolated, with long plateaus and strange rock formations stretching out toward the horizon. The air was thinner, and the wind always had a bit of a whistle to it, like it was passing through something hollow or broken. The station sat at the edge of a huge stretch of public land that bordered a private ranch, and beyond that, nothing but miles of rocky scrubland, dry creek beds, and bad roads. It was late September when I arrived. The days were still hot, but the nights were beginning to drop below freezing. That time of year, there weren't many visitors, which meant most of the time I was alone at the station. The radio rarely went off, and when it did, it was mostly just one of the ranchers reporting a downed fence or a water trough issue. I had a few basic jobs: trail inspections, routine maintenance, logging wildlife signs, and checking on remote cameras that were used to track the bighorn sheep population. There weren't any trails that went out to the far reaches of the park boundary. The terrain was too rough, and there was no reason to send hikers that far out. But something about that place felt different from the beginning. Not in any ghost story kind of way, just off. Too quiet sometimes. I'd worked in quiet before: Alaska, Montana, Idaho, but this was a different kind of quiet. The kind where it felt like the whole place was holding its breath. There was one route that I had to check once a month. It was an old access road that ran north out of the park, curved along a dry canyon, and ended at an old fire watch platform that hadn't been used in years. The structure itself was falling apart, would warp from the sun, rust stains streaking the metal steps, most of the railing long gone. But it still had a weather box mounted nearby, and we were required to log the temperature and check for signs of animal damage. It was an easy trip on paper: 25 miles out, 25 back, but it always took all day. The road was barely passable in some spots, and the brush had started creeping in on both sides. I usually brought extra fuel, water, and a patch kit for tires. I had a small government-issued dirt bike that handled better than a truck on those back roads. One morning, about 3 weeks into the job, I took off toward that platform. It was just before sunrise. The sky was pink and gray, and the wind was still. I remember thinking how flat and dead the whole landscape looked in that early light. Everything was either brown or gray or washed out green. Nothing moved, not even a bird. I reached the halfway mark by late morning. I remember passing a few old cattle fences, sagging and broken, with tufts of hair caught in the wire. Most likely mule deer, maybe elk. The road narrowed the farther I went, and eventually I had to cut the engine and walk the bike across a rocky incline. It was the same as always, difficult but nothing unusual. I reached the watch platform just after noon and climbed up to the weather box. Inside was a small logbook, some cracked thermometers, and a half-melted pen. I wrote down the temperature, scanned the area, and looked out over the canyon. Everything looked normal, still and dry. I stayed up there a few minutes just taking a break. But then I saw something strange. On the far side of the canyon, maybe a half mile out, I saw what looked like a pile of bones. Not just a few scattered ribs, but a full pile. At that distance, I couldn't make out details, but it was a pretty good-sized stack, at least the size of a small car. It stood out clear against the red dirt. I didn't remember seeing anything like that on my last trip, and there were no reports of any cattle dying out there. It was too far from the ranch and way outside the grazing area. I climbed down, marked the spot on my GPS, and figured I'd check it out before heading back. It wasn't that far of a walk if I left the bike. The trail there was steep and narrow, but manageable on foot. I made my way down the canyon wall, across the creek bed, which was dry and filled with round river stones, and then started climbing the other side. I got there about 20 minutes later, breathing hard and sweating even though the wind had picked up. When I reached the pile, I stopped a good 10 feet away. It was bones, all right. Hundreds of them. Most of them sun-bleached and brittle. A few still had bits of dried tendon or hide stuck to them. I saw deer bones, maybe a few sheep, and what looked like a cow skull near the top. All different stages of decay. But the strangest part was how they were arranged. It wasn't just a random scatter. It looked like they'd been stacked, like someone had taken time to pile them together. There were no drag marks, no signs of struggle, no feathers, no hair clumps nearby, and no prints, not even coyote or cougar tracks. I walked around the pile, slowly, trying to make sense of it. The bones were clean, but not weathered like they'd been there for years. Some were cracked, some snapped in half, others had clear bite marks. But still, too neat, too deliberate. I bent down to take a photo, and that's when I noticed something else. A few feet from the pile, there was a small, circular pit in the dirt. Not deep, maybe a foot or so, but wide enough to lay down in. The sides of it were smooth, like they'd been scraped clean. The bottom was dark with something that looked like ash or charcoal. There were more bones in there too. Smaller ones. Bird bones maybe, or rodents. And they'd been burned. It was like someone had been building fires inside these shallow pits and throwing bones in after. I felt my stomach turn. I'd seen remains from predator kills, and I'd even come across old hunter camps. This wasn't either. It didn't make any sense. The location, the number of kills, the careful placement, it didn't match anything I knew. I took photos, marked the coordinates, and backed away. I didn't like the feel of the place. I've been in grizzly country, mountain lion country, even parts of Alaska where wolves roamed in huge packs. But nothing ever made my skin crawl like that bone pile. I hiked back to the platform, got on the bike, and started back toward the station. The wind had picked up hard by then, and dust was blowing across the trail. I kept checking the mirrors, even though there was no one out there. It was just a feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was nothing, just a weird find, maybe an old hunting spot, but I couldn't shake it. That night, I downloaded the photos to the station computer and filled out a report. I didn't send it to the district supervisor right away. I guess I wanted to go back first, see if I'd missed anything. Maybe bring a game camera, set it up nearby. Something was using that spot, and I wanted to know what. 3 days later, I went back. This time I took a backpack, 2 trail cameras, and a sidearm. I didn't expect trouble, but something about that place had me on edge. I made good time, reached the platform by 11, and crossed to the bone pile again. But it was gone. Not the bones themselves. Most were still there, but the pile had been knocked down, scattered, like someone or something had come through and kicked it apart. Some of the bones were missing, others had been dragged a few yards away. The fire pit had been filled in, dirt kicked over it roughly. I circled the area. Still no prints. No tire tracks. No feathers or fresh scat. Just broken bones and that awful, empty feeling again. I set up the cameras in 2 places, one facing the remains, the other watching the trail. I made sure they were secure, checked the batteries, and left. This time I didn't stop at the platform. I just rode straight back, trying not to think too much. 2 days passed, then 5, then a week. I didn't hear anything strange on the radio, and no reports came in. Finally, I drove back out, this time in the truck. It took longer, but I wanted to collect the cameras and check the memory cards. When I got there, both cameras were gone. Not just damaged or moved, gone. The mounts were still there, the straps too, but the cameras had been cut off clean. No claw marks, no chew damage. Just gone, like someone had unscrewed them and walked off. I stood there for a long time, looking at the empty mount. My heart was pounding. There were no tracks again, no drag marks, nothing but scattered bones and that same wind. I drove back slower than usual, checking every bend in the road, every ridge. That night, I sent the full report to the supervisor, photos included. I didn't hear anything back for 3 days. Then just a short message. Thanks. We'll forward to Wildlife Division. That was it. The next week I was told to stop checking that route. Something about seasonal reassignment of priorities, limited fuel budgets. I didn't argue. I didn't want to go back anyway. Weeks passed. The weather turned cold, then colder. Snow came early that year. The trails froze, and most of the back roads became impassable. The bone pile stayed on my mind, though. I thought about it every night. Something had been using that spot, building it slowly, deliberately. And it wasn't done when I found it. It came back, took the cameras, scattered the bones. Whatever it was, it knew I'd been there. I finished my assignment that winter and put in for a transfer. I didn't want to stay in that place another season. They sent me north to a station near the timberline, where the wind howled and the nights were long, but the woods felt honest somehow. Before I left, I checked the weather station log one last time. Just curiosity. The box was empty. The logbook was gone. The pen too. The metal. It was late September when I got transferred to the northern section of the range. Most people didn't want to go up there. Too remote, too quiet, and the old fire roads made it hard to get any kind of help in and out without serious planning. The elevation made it cold even before the snow started falling, and with the storms that rolled through, you could be cut off from the nearest ranger outpost for days, sometimes a week at a time. Still, I took it. I didn't mind being alone. I'd spent most of my life doing this kind of work. The silence didn't bother me. If anything, I liked it more than the company of others. My new post was an old fire lookout cabin near the edge of Needleback Ridge. The cabin was originally built in the 50s, then repaired a few times over the years. It was solid enough, though not exactly comfortable. It had one bedroom, a kitchen, a radio shack, and an old propane stove that rattled a bit when it heated up. There was no signal up there, no cell reception, no internet. The only link I had was a short-wave radio that could connect to a satellite tower 22 miles down the old logging road, but only when the weather was good and the batteries were strong. My job was simple: patrol the area, check in on the hiking trails, maintain the fire tower, and make sure nobody was getting lost or doing anything they shouldn't be. Most days, there was nothing but quiet. The wind through the trees, the distant crack of limbs snapping off old pines, the occasional rustle of something moving through the brush. Sometimes I saw elk, sometimes black bear. Once I spotted a lynx from across the ravine. But mostly, it was just the trees and me. I kept a logbook. I always have. It helps me keep track of time, which is harder than you think when you're living alone in the woods. Days blend together. You wake up, make coffee, walk the same trails, check the same signs, come back, write your notes, heat up some food, and go to sleep. That's it. But on September 29th, something changed. That morning started like all the others. Cold air slipped through the cracks of the cabin walls, and frost coated the outside of the window glass. I boiled water, made coffee, checked the weather instruments mounted on the radio shack wall, and wrote a short note in a logbook. Around 8 a.m., I strapped on my boots and went out for a loop down Trail 7, which ran along the south face of the ridge. It was steep and narrow, but I liked it for the views. It also had some old signage that usually needed replacing by that time of year. Halfway down the trail, I noticed something off. There were boot prints in the dirt, fresh ones. Now, that wouldn't normally bother me. Hikers still came up that way, though they were rare in the fall. But these tracks were different. No dog prints, no companion marks. Just a single person, and based on the depth and spacing, they'd been moving quick. Almost jogging, maybe. That's not something people normally do up there, especially in cold weather with loose soil underfoot. And the direction caught my attention. They weren't headed toward the parking lot or any of the marked trailheads. They were going deeper into the forest, toward a section known for loose shale and unstable rock. It wasn't illegal to go off trail, but it wasn't advised either. People didn't usually ignore those warnings. I decided to follow the prints for a bit, just to see how far they went. They led past the trail's edge, around a fallen pine, and then kept going through thick brush. I pushed through with my arms up to guard my face and moved carefully. About 100 yards in, the ground started to rise, and I had to slow down. The prints were still there, but lighter now, like the person was trying to move quietly. That's what stuck in my mind. Nobody runs into a place like that just to slow down and sneak through the woods. Eventually, I came across a small, flat clearing with a few half-rotted logs and a pile of stones stacked waist-high in the center. It looked old. The stones were covered in moss, and pine needles had filled the gaps between them. But at the base of the pile, something caught my eye, a torn section of dark green nylon, like part of a jacket. I pulled it loose, and there was a zipper still attached. No ID, no blood, no bones. Just that torn fabric, half buried under a rock. I made a note of the location and marked the spot with surveyor tape. That night, the wind picked up. The temperature dropped fast, and clouds rolled in from the west. I could hear them pushing against the cabin walls, groaning low like an engine at idle. I kept thinking about that pile of stones and the torn jacket. I sat at the table with my maps spread out, trying to figure out if there was a known shelter in that area, maybe an old ranger post I'd missed. But there was nothing listed. No cabins, no ruins, not even a trail. Just forest and ridgelines. The next day, I decided to go back. This time I took a pack, extra water, and my GPS unit. I wanted to follow the trail farther and see where it led. The prints from yesterday were still there, though the rain had started to soften them. I followed them for over a mile past the clearing before they finally disappeared at the edge of a rock slide. From there, the land dropped into a shallow valley thick with spruce and deadfall. I moved slow, checking for broken branches, bent grass, anything. But I didn't find more tracks. Just forest. I was about to turn back when I saw something odd. A series of cut stumps. Not fresh, but clearly not natural. Somebody had cleared a path here long ago. It curved downhill, and I followed it for almost 10 minutes before it stopped near a cluster of boulders. There was something metallic sticking out between two of them. I stepped closer and saw the corner of an old, rusted metal drum, half buried, weather-beaten, stained dark. I brushed away dirt and leaves and uncovered more drums. 3 of them, all sealed. Now, here's the part one can't explain. They had no markings, no hazard symbols, no labels, no paint, just rusted metal. And they were heavy, too heavy to move. I tried pushing one with my boot, it didn't budge. I pried at it with a stick and heard something slosh inside. The sound was thick, slow, like oil or something worse. I got a sick feeling in my stomach and backed off. I took pictures with the old digital camera from the cabin and marked the coordinates. Back at the cabin, I radioed the outpost and gave them the location. No response. Just static. I waited an hour, then tried again. Still nothing. The storm had rolled in by then, and the wind was shrieking like nails on tin. I could feel the cabin walls flexing. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I tried the radio again. This time I got a faint reply, garbled but enough to hear "log it" and "stay put." I did as told, but I couldn't stop thinking about those drums. Who would carry something like that out here? Why bury them in a place so far off any marked path? I knew how to read the land. This wasn't accidental. Someone had chosen that spot for a reason. I spent the next day checking other parts of the forest. I didn't find more drums, but I did find a series of shallow pits, maybe 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, like old test trenches. Some were filled with water, others with rotted wood and black soil. It looked like someone had been digging out there, maybe years ago, but the tools and tracks were long gone. I marked everything and took more photos. 2 days later, a man from the Forestry Service arrived. He came up in a utility vehicle and didn't say much. Just handed me a letter with an official seal and told me to escort him to the drums. We hiked out in silence, and when he saw the drums, he just stared for a long time. Then he told me to leave the area for the rest of the day. Said it was above my pay grade. I didn't argue. When I got back the next morning, the drums were gone. No tracks, no drag marks, no sign they'd ever been there. The only clue was the flattened brush where they used to sit and a faint smell of gasoline in the air. That same day, I was told my assignment was ending early. A helicopter came the next morning to take me back to base. I packed my gear, cleaned the cabin, and left everything as I'd found it. On the ride out, I looked down over the forest. All those trees, all that land. So quiet, so empty looking. But I knew better. When I got back to headquarters, I handed in my report. They took my logbook, my GPS unit, and the digital camera. Said it was being processed. I never saw any of it again. A few weeks later, I got reassigned to a coastal post. Nice views, easier terrain. But it never felt the same. I kept thinking about that place, about those drums, that clearing, the pits in the soil. I started doing my own research, digging through old maps, declassified reports, mining records. I found references to a military contractor that ran chemical storage tests in the area back in the late 60s. Small-scale stuff, supposedly decommissioned, but no records of cleanup. No names. Just a line item marked terminated. I don't talk about it anymore. Most people wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I don't want to think about it too much. But I still wonder, what was in those drums? Why bury them out there, in a forest so deep and quiet that nobody would ever think to look? Whatever it was, it's gone now. Hauled out, erased. But the land remembers. It always does. You can cover it up, you can burn it, you can pave over it. But the ground knows. It holds on. And sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear that thick sloshing sound, echoing through the boulders, waiting for someone else to find it.